from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in Earth's 24 time zones, which is served by this program. We are everywhere. Good evening, everybody. The program is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell, and I've got a lot to do tonight. Number one, those of you who may have heard the end of the program last night, pretty weird stuff, and no answers for you tonight except the following. At about, I don't know, 7 minutes before 2 a.m. Pacific time last night, my wife ran into the room as I was concluding an interview, very interesting interview I might add, handed me a note that said, honey, there's a hot air balloon going right over the house. And I said, I didn't know what to do. I reported it in the literal last minute of the show, grabbed my jacket, ran outside, and I'll be damned if it wasn't true. In cold temperatures, at 2 o'clock in the morning, a balloon by this time had passed over my house and was headed to the west-southwest, and eventually, apparently, landed. I mean, there was no question about it. It was close enough. You could see as the guy would pull down and release the flame into the balloon, and you could see the whole balloon lighting up, and it was just strange. What would a hot air balloon be doing up above my house at 2 o'clock in the morning? It's unanswered. The balloon came down. We both watched it descend to the point we could no longer see it against the mountains, so it came down this side of the mountains, which are California. That's how close to California we are, about 8 miles away, and it was weird to have a hot air balloon land to fly right over your house at 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't think hot air balloons did a whole lot of flying at 2 o'clock in the morning, but what do I know? First one I've ever seen in my life, and it came straight overhead. Kind of worrisome in a lot of ways. However, there you are. Now, a couple of items, and then you better get to a computer, because, boy, have I got a story for you coming up. Get to my website, artbell.com. Start now. I do want to get a couple of things in quickly. A note from somebody who's been feeding wild turkeys for nearly a year. Lonnie is his name. Art, I believe there is a very high probability that we're going to have an earthquake in the Bay Area within the next 4 days. Well, I don't know about the Bay Area, but I think it's clear we're in a window. He says, I've been feeding wild turkeys for about a year now, and they're acting completely differently than they've ever acted. They're huddled in the corner of the yard. They're not making the usual gobbling noises. They're largely disinterested in eating, when usually they're very aggressive about eating, pecking each other away from the food, fighting. I've also been getting strong warnings from Michael Mandeville of the Phoenix Project, and I've talked to Jim Birkeland, the only person who successfully predicted the Loma Prieta quake on the radio, and days ahead of the quake at that, he monitors Syzygy, location of the moon, sun, and earth in relation to earthquakes, and we are in a very high probability period. We're in it right now. Last night's full moon was the closest one to the earth, a yearly event, but also it was especially bright because of the closeness of the sun as well, a very rare combination. The window will close on March 3rd or 4th, but I agree with, by the way, he talked to Jim, who said that it's not a good sign. Turkeys, he says, are excellent predictors. They're highly sensitive. So I want to remind everybody, whether or not anything happens, we are in a really big-time window right now. Now, listen to this, Art. I live in north-central Texas today, February 28th, 2002. On our local news, Fox 4 out of Fort Worth, Dallas, between 5:30 and 6 p.m., our weatherman reported what he was told was called chaff showing up on the radar. The weatherman even said that the military, in fact, told him that it was a classified experiment. The haze in the sky here today looked like high, dirty, brownish cirrus clouds, and oh yeah, lots of chemtrails all through the sky. So there you are. Some kind of classified experiment, the weatherman was told there. Kind of adding a little to what you heard last night, right, folks? Now, I have thousands I mean thousands of emails about this mysterious rash, now officially in 14 states. And I'd like to add that I think it's in all of the states. That's what I think. Officially in 14, the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta is trying to figure out, but as of yet has found no common denominator. In fact, they've said that no common denominator, but this rash situation is getting worse and worse. And I can tell you from my monitoring of my own email that it's everywhere, virtually everywhere. Reports of large groups, small groups, individuals, all describing roughly the same symptoms everywhere. So there is a sudden onset of some weird rash. The CDC, or apparently nobody else, seems to understand. It could mean a lot of things. Sometimes a rash is a precursor to something else. Sometimes a rash, I suppose, is just a rash. For it to occur with such geologic diversity and now be declared officially in 14 states, and I'm telling you unofficially, I think it's everywhere, just about, is more than a small mystery. Watch this story carefully, I'm telling you. Now, a couple of nights ago, I read you an incredible story. Tonight, I'm going to follow it up with you. Do you remember the following email? If you don't, I'm going to read it to you now. Hi, Art. When my dad was working in the oil field after a stint in the Navy during World War II, he was cracking core samples one day in 1948. And from the inside of one core sample popped out a human tooth. Recently, I had it verified as a human tooth by my dentist, and my brother had it verified by his dentist as well. Both dentists said that it was a bicuspid tooth from a child. The tooth is almost black, so fossilized. It is so fossilized. My father got his degree in geology, so he knew what he was doing in the oil fields, and he has a sworn statement at the request of myself and brother of this find. He is still alive and 75 years old, better health now than me. Art, this tooth came out of a core sample from a well near Haynesville, Louisiana. It came from a depth of 4,300 feet under the surface of the earth. My brother took the tooth to another geologist recently and told him where it came from and the depth where it came from as well. Geologists got out his charts of that area, said that at the depth that tooth was found, it is called the Gloyd, that's Gloyd, limestone rift. Did some calculating, found that in that particular location at a depth of 4,300 feet, the tooth is approximately 100 million years old, Art. We have either been here before or someone else inhabited the earth a long time ago. The child's tooth is 100 million years old, Art. Now, this was from Randy Smith, and you'll notice he referenced his brother in there several times. I happened to get the number for his brother, Steve, and folks, Steve, bless his heart, who's going to be on the air with us in a moment, has taken the time to he took photographs of the tooth discovered in the core sample, and we've got those photographs for you tonight. The tooth here pictured in two different positions against the size of a dime. Very good photographs, as a matter of fact. 1998 dime. And then below it, you will find several handwritten pages from their father, from Steve's father, of the account which he wrote up in 1999. Now, all of that is on my website right now in graphic detail under What's New. Just go to artbell.com, What's New. First item at the top, tooth discovery in core sample. In a moment, we will talk with Steve Smith about what he was kind enough to put up, get to my webmaster so we could get up on the website for you tonight. In a moment, we continue to follow up. All right, get to my website right now as you listen to what you're about to hear. artbell.com is the website. top item under What's New, Tooth Discovery and Core Sample. I read you the email from Steve's brother. Now, here is Steve Smith. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. Where are you?
I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Shreveport, Louisiana. All right. Start the story again for me. I, of course, just read the typewritten email from your brother.
Okay.
So you apparently have the tooth.
Yes, I do.
You have the tooth.
Yeah.
All right. Tell me what you know. Your dad is alive and well, right?
He's was born in 26. Just had a birthday. I believe he's getting up there now.
Uh-huh. And so, what did your dad tell you about this? What do you know about it? I know we've got a written account in his own handwriting. We got this up so quickly toward the top of the show, or toward the beginning of the show, that even I haven't had a chance to read
the
whole handwritten account. So
the JPEGs come out okay?
Oh, they came out beautifully, yes.
Okay. Well, he was in the Navy, stationed in California, and got out at the end of the war.
Mm-hmm.
And went to a college here in Shreveport called Centenary College and graduated with a bachelor's degree in geology. And his first job, he wasn't actually in the oil field. He worked for a coring sample company that evaluated core samples that petroleum companies would send in this area. It's a big...
I suppose that's the way it works. In other words, you're drilling for oil and you're constantly sending in cores, so you know if you're getting closer, you're on the right track or something like that.
Right.
All right.
They would take these samples, they were long cylinders, and they would break out about a 3-inch section, and it was about he said from a 2.5 to a 3.5-inch diameter, and they would send these samples in, and he would inspect them visually for traces of oil, and also would smell them for trace smells of petroleum. And one day, a lot of these contained fossils, and being geologist, he was interested in...
Sure.
And that, the old stuff like that.
Oh, I would be too. I mean, they were down, what was it, 4,300 feet?
This particular one was around 4,300, yeah.
That's way down there.
Yeah, this area was prehistorically an inland sea. The Gulf of Mexico went up into, I believe, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And so eons of sedimentation building built the limestone layers that are the bedrock underneath this part of the country.
Okay.
And he would crack these samples open and see if he could find any fossils in them. And one particular sample, he had one of these little spelunker type hammers.
Mm-hmm.
And hit it, and it broke into 2 pieces, and something fell out on the table in front of him, and he picked it up and looked at it, and he said it looked like a tooth. And he took it to the man that owned the company. I don't believe it was a big company, and showed it to him, and the man thought it was some kind of a little hoof or something. He didn't know what it was, and it was just curiosity, and my dad put in a little glass sample vial and kind of put it away. And we would get, it's in a shoebox with rock samples, and when we were growing up, we'd get it out and look at it, and then look at the rocks, in fact, there's even a piece of a core sample in this shoebox.
So something that, like as a kid, you'd ask your dad about.
Yeah, of course, it had some tiny fossils in it, so that was fascinating for us as kids, and I forgot all about it. And a few years ago, I had just read Graham Chapman's Fingerprints of the Gods.
Graham Hancock.
Excuse me?
Graham Hancock?
Yeah, Graham Hancock's
right.
Fingerprints of the Gods. And Randy happened to mention this tooth, and I said, "What are you talking about?" And he started,
hey, Steve, remember the tooth?
Yeah, he remembered it, and my dad had given him the shoebox, and it was in it, and he started telling me all this, and as he did I started to remember playing with it as a kid, and then it just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks, the implications of this.
What you really had.
Yeah. And I didn't go to a geologist. We have a place here in town called Cyport, which is an on-hands discovery place for kids. And in there's a geology section, and they have a chart on the wall, a geographical chart of this area, cutaway. And I was looking at it, and at the 4,100 to 4,300 foot level, this chart dates 75 to 100 million years ago. And this tooth fell out of that sample, you know, so...
All right, you took the tooth to your dentist, right?
Right. And I didn't tell him what it was. I just said,
"What's this?
What is this?" And he looked at it and said, it's a child's tooth. I said, "I don't know why it's black, but, you know, it's just a child's tooth." And then I told him where it came from, and he was kind of nonplussed. I don't think it really...
Well, it's on some people it does not register what it means that a tooth would come from 4,300 feet below the earth. Yeah, just doesn't register.
And Randy had showed it to two dentist friends of his, and they both said it was...
child's tooth?
Yeah. I said, and I asked my dentist, I said, "Are you sure? Could this be simian? Could it be anything else but a human tooth?" He said, "No, it's a child's tooth."
Okay, well, we've got lots and lots of dentists listening right now who will, I promise you, go to my website right now and either confirm or argue with that, but it does sure look like a tooth to me.
Yeah.
Now, is there any question at all in your father's mind that this came from a core sample that was 4,300 feet down? Any question at all?
No. In fact, when I got to talking to him about this recently, I said, well, of course, the smoking gun to this whole situation is, where's the core sample? I mean, there should be an indentation in the two halves. And he said, well, whenever we inspected them, we just threw them in the trash and they were taken to the landfill.
Yeah.
So in 1949, this was put in the landfill somewhere in this area. And then the killer is, it's buried somewhere and all the evidence is right there, but talk about a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, of course. And I understand they would just dispose of unworthy or uninteresting core samples for the job they were doing, naturally.
Yeah, he just, it didn't register to him what he had found, I think.
Your dad wrote a handwritten account that we've got on the website right now of this in 1999, is that correct?
Right.
At whose behest did he do that?
Me.
You asked them to?
Yeah, I said, put it down in your own handwriting, you know.
All right, hold on one sec. We're at the bottom of the hour, Steve. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. From the high desert, seeing is believing. We've got it on our website right now. Go ahead and take a look. Dennis out there, you tell me what you think. My guest is Steve Smith. His dad found a tooth inside a core sample 4,300 feet below the surface of the earth in Louisiana. We've got a picture of that tooth on my website right now. We've also got his handwritten account on my website right now. Steve will be right back. Once again, all of this on my website under What's New right now. Go to artbell.com. See a picture of this tooth and a handwritten note of Steve Smith's father, which was done in 1999. So you asked him to do it, Steve?
Yes.
Again, so, I mean, this is so... Your dad doesn't want to talk about this publicly, does he?
No.
Why not?
Well, he's just not into it. I mean, this was something that happened, and he didn't see any significance in it back then, and he's, I guess, just still nonplussed about it.
He doesn't... does he understand the implications of it?
I think so, yeah. It just, he doesn't delve on it.
Yeah, I'm sure you've talked to him about it?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's mind-boggling. It's just, if this is, in fact, a human tooth, I mean, this rewrites history.
Well, you said you had 3 dentists who examined it, held it in their hand, right?
Right.
Human tooth?
Right.
Couldn't possibly be an ape tooth, or there would definitely be.
You know, of course, they're not anthropologists or whatever, but still, I mean, they
know a human tooth
every day, so I would think they would be an expert in that, you know.
Have you ever asked your dad if there was any way the depth of the core samples could have been an error, whether he could have grabbed an earlier core sample by mistake, or I don't know, something like that?
Well, when the drilling companies would send these in, they would send them in. I believe it said in his writings that they would put them in cloth bags, and they would attach the depth so that they would know if there was oil, what depth that they would be needing to go down to.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. So this one was tagged at I think 4,300 feet, and he was just seeing what fossils might be in it when he cracked it open.
Well, how has this affected the two of you? You know, your dad Bill, obviously, as you say, is sort of still nonplussed, but you and your brother.
Well, we've talked about it. I mean, it's just, you know, what can you say? It's staggering, the implications that, I mean, I believe that I looked up that's Jurassic, you know, raptors and T-Rex and all that mess.
100 million.
Yeah.
Yes, oh yes.
So, you know, here, humanoids of some type, a child back then. And, you know, the way this sedimentary rock forms, this thing had to have fallen down into the water, fallen on the bottom, and then layer after layer of sediment built up on it for millions and millions of years. This was in solid rock, you know.
You know, what should we do from here, I wonder? In other words...
I haven't a clue.
Well, we have a lot of resources because we have a lot of investigative tools and people that are willing to devote time to examination of this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any email address or any way for people to contact you if there's a resource that could develop this story?
Yeah, it's S.R. Smith, and the number 1, srsmith1 at earthlink.com.
srsmith1 at earthlink.com. Okay. Well, I guarantee you are going to get some email. Now, the only advice I'm going to give to you is do not lose custodial control of this tooth.
Yeah.
No matter what's offered to you.
I had thought about getting this carbon dated, but the carbon dating only goes back 50,000 years, and that's a joke, you know, so I don't know how this could be dated. And the thing about this tooth is, to me, it doesn't look fossilized. It's got, I don't know if you can tell it from the photos that I sent you, but this thing has still got, like, gloss enamel on it. It's not like a rock. It's like a tooth.
You know, it's possible even that DNA evidence could be recovered from a tooth.
Uh-huh. I've seen that happen where they crack the tooth and then pull out and extract the DNA.
DNA, exactly right. So you may really have a hot potato on your hands there, a really hot potato. And again, I say to you, the email address again, folks, is srsmith, common spelling, srsmith1, the number 1, at earthlink.com. And
excuse me, earthlink.net.
.net, I'm sorry. .net, very important. Earthlink.net. All right. So you're going to get a lot of offers of assistance, I would imagine.
Okay.
And advice. What I, again, advise you is do not lose custodial control. Don't let your eyes off that tooth, whatever all is offered.
Right.
All right?
Okay.
Will you promise to get back to me, please, with the results?
I'll do it.
You're a real trooper to do all this scanning and get it up just before airtime.
Yeah, you called. I had just finished the last scan when you called the first time, so...
Incredible luck.
Good timing.
It's really good timing. Steve, thank you, and please, for me, thank your brother, Randy.
I'll do it. Thanks for having me.
Take care, my friend.
Okay.
All right, so there you are. There's your follow-up, folks. We'll see where it goes from there. No, I report stories. I don't make them up. So there's your evidence. There's your follow-up, and we'll see where it goes. Let's see what is going on in the world. At least 76 killed as Hindu rioters attack Muslims. It was in a Muslim neighborhood in India Thursday. Kept firefighters away for a number of hours. At least 76 died in a revenge attack. So it goes on. An autopsy confirmed today the body of a child found in the a desert town that is that in fact of 7-year-old Danielle Van Dam, disappeared from home a month ago. So that is now confirmed. Down in Cuba, the prisoners we have there from Afghanistan, about 2/3 of them at least are on a hunger strike, throwing things around and on a big hunger strike. And I don't know, they were chanting God is great in Arabic. It is their first mass protest since arriving. And I say let them strike. And strike, and strike, and strike. Solve a problem, right? An Air India jetliner carrying nearly 400 people was shadowed by jet fighters all the way to New York today. Turned out to be nothing, though. Somebody was thought to be on a list of known terrorists or most wanted terrorists, but so they just got a nice... Can you imagine being a passenger in a jet and looking out your window and seeing an F-16 on your wingtip, or just behind you, or just ahead of you, or probably all of the above? That would be, you'd probably ring the little thing and say, "Excuse me, stewardess, could you..." And she'd say, "No, I can't." And then you'd sit there and have a pretty troubled flight, I imagine, the rest of the way, huh? Big news coming on Mars. Now, I'm going to break a little bit of tradition tomorrow night. We're going to do open lines, but the first hour and a half tomorrow night or so is going to be Richard C. Hoagland, because the news is breaking on Mars. Let me read you something from the New York Times. Signs of Great Floods on Mars, by the New York Times. Giant channels carved out of the plains of Mars tell of huge floods gushing from volcanic fissures like Old Faithful gone haywire. News photos from the Mars Global Surveyor spacecraft are suggesting that some floods may have been relatively recent, evidence that the interior of Mars remains geologically active. The images examined by Devin M. Burr and Dr. Alfred S. McEwen, planetary scientists at the University of Arizona, show very few impact craters in the channels. The finding indicates that the channels were formed in the last few million years. Given the $4.5 billion year age of Mars, that is geologically almost yesterday. In the floods, hundreds of cubic miles of water, possibly more water than in Lake Erie, poured out of volcanic fissures in the Athabasca Valles region, just north of the equator. The water most likely came from deep aquifers, oh man, a couple of miles below the surface. The scientists are guessing that the water may have been pushed up by geothermal heat from sources like geysers here on Earth. Scientists reported their findings in the journal Geophysical Research Letters. Hypothesize is the word I was trying to say. Instead, I substituted guessing, which is not far off. All right, we're getting some signals that, and by the way, here at the top of the hour, we're going to be talking about the Billy Meyer UFO case, and I have something never before heard. I have a recording. My guest has provided, Michael Horn, has provided a recording of one of the beam ships that Billy Meyer saw. Pretty decent quality recording that I think runs maybe over 2 minutes, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I don't know if we'll get all of that in. Maybe we will. An actual recording of one of the Billy Meyer beam ships, or one precisely like it, but one of the beam ships. We've got an actual audio recording. I haven't heard it yet. I generally prefer hearing or seeing all of this as close to the same time as you all do, so I can kind of, I don't know, react to it the way you are. You know, as you're hearing it, just sort of react to it on the spot. All right. So we're going to be talking about UFOs. Also, next week, we'll talk about UFOs and about what went on in Ohio and what's going on in Canada. Now, our brethren to the north in Canada all of a sudden are having a big flap. CNN, cable news network, is reporting a rise in UFO sightings in Canada. Now, it was not the main story, shown at the bottom of the streaming ticker that they've got now on CNN. The sentence said a 42% increase in sightings of UFOs in Canada, and nobody knows why. Now, this is recent time, a 42% increase in the number of UFOs. Nobody has a clue as of why, but that's all across Canada. So something's going on with respect to UFOs right now, and it's going on north. Why would there be a 42% rise in the number of sightings? That's a big, big jump. That's a really big jump, and so it means something obviously really is going on up north. I suppose, like everything else today, you could say, well, it's because of the military increase in traffic due to the 9/11 disaster, protective flying and that sort of thing. But there is not a concurrent increase in activity being reported here in the U.S., just in Canada. So that one perhaps does not hold up. All right, we're going to get a couple of calls in maybe this hour, and then we're going to be talking to Michael Horn, and as I said, we've got a recording. I love this kind of thing, of a beam ship. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir. Now turn your radio off, please. Do that right away. First thing up, turn off your radio.
That is so wild that I got through so quick.
Well, that's why we have a first-time caller line.
I have to tell you, I'm shocked. I've called other shows, and you just never get on like that.
Well, that's because I don't have call screeners. I don't believe in call screening.
Well, that's amazing.
Anyway,
my name is Sage. I'm calling from Vancouver, Washington.
Yes.
And actually, I'd like to kind of set up another time maybe to communicate with you, but one of the reasons I'm calling, I listen to you every night, and I'm a bit concerned about what's going on with the planet on many levels. However, the bottom line is a year ago, December, I died in a boating accident.
You died?
Yeah,
You mean clinical?
Clinical death, like Leonardo going down, DiCaprio, Titanic. When I came out, my spirit just kind of resurrected my body, but when I came out, I was already sick, and I was dying of lymphatic cancer, and my spirit told me I had to fast and pray, which I did. I'm trying to make this quick, for 43 days. I actually locked myself in a room for 30 days of that, and enfolded about 20 pounds of cancer into nothingness.
Oh, my God. Can you document this?
Yeah, it cost me my relationship, and a lot of other things.
But, I mean, do you have medical records?
Only of the people rescuing me. But as far as, like, the actual cancer,
yes.
I never went. I was actually, as I was dying, I was kind of looking forward to dying because I was in so much pain, I've never believed in doctors. What had happened is my gallbladder had...
But you must have had at least one diagnosis so that you knew what you had.
Actually, I didn't even know what I had. After the death scenario, my spirit came forth so powerfully that it told me what it was.
All right. You were in a boat?
Yeah, I was on a sailboat, and the rudder pin had fallen out. As I was resetting the rudder, the wind was really kicking. It was December. I was foolish. I didn't have a life vest on, and as I reset the rudder pin, it kicked over the whole boat. The sail was... I had the sail going straight up and flapping in the wind, and it just kicked it over and knocked me over the side. And I spent about 45 minutes out on the water, and I went into severe hypothermia. But the bottom line that I'm trying to get to is that when I came out, my spirit took over my body. You know, what I believe our bodies, they're like a biogenetic computer that the soul incarnates into, and it's like when my biogenetic computer gave up, my spirit came forth so much more powerfully than ever in my life. It was like I became a new person, really.
How did they find you?
You know, to tell you the truth, I live right on this lake. As my body slipped under for what I believe to be the last time, I was looking right at my house, and I could see my bedroom. My ex and my children were watching a movie. As I was, and it was just like Leonardo. I was hanging on by my fingernails. My body went into such severe hypothermia that it just let go. And as my body started drifting down into the water, I felt such a peaceful calm, you know, and I had been in such pain that, you know, my body was saying, this is good. This is good.
You know, physicians will tell you that was the endorphins, the final endorphins kicking in your brain to protect you from the final stages of the dying experience, the pain of the dying experience. That's what the doctors say.
Well, as I was going underneath, I had an experience with my son, who was, at the time I slipped under, he was about 6 months old. But when he was 4 months old, I knew that I would never hear him speak or see him walk or anything. And I was holding him up in my arms, and I said, you know, why did you come here? And like a bolt of lightning in my brain from my son, it said, I came here to learn from you. Don't die.
All right, look, we're at the end of this hour, so I've got to break it off. What you need to do is contact me by email, the way the earlier gentleman did.
A very old friend.
And we'll see what we can do.
Good morning, everybody. The Billy Meyer UFO case is perhaps one of the best known in all of ufology. Coming up in a moment is Michael Horn, co-producer of the best-selling video on the Billy Meyer UFO case, The Pleiadian Connection. He's also lectured on the Meyer case for public and private groups and corporate executives. His 10-page article feature on the scientific corroboration for the Meyer case beyond great UFO photos appeared in the March 1999 issue of UFO magazine. Michael is also the associate producer of the Technical Remote Viewing Home Study Course video series teaching formerly top secret psychic intelligence gathering technology developed by the U.S. government. Michael Horn has been researching the Billy Meyer case since 1979 when he first saw the book of Billy's photographs in UFO Contact from the Pleiades, Volume 1. 86, Michael read the earliest available English translations of the contact notes containing 2,000 pages of transcripts of Meyer's ongoing conversations with his Pleiadian extraterrestrial contactees. So coming up in a moment is Michael Horn, and we've got one whale of a recording for you. Here is Michael Horn. Michael, where are you?
I am in the lovely town of Playa del Rey in California, outside of the heart of Los Angeles.
All right, good. Great to have you on the air with us.
Thank you.
I guess there are a lot of people out there. They've heard the name Billy Meyer. They don't really know the Billy Meyer story. So,
Sure.
as best you're able, how did all this begin for you?
Well, as you kind of mentioned in the beginning, in about 1979, I went into a bookstore in Los Angeles called the Bodhi Tree. I looked down, and there was a big coffee table-sized book with some very startling, clear photographs of UFOs on the cover and, of course, throughout the book. Also inside the book were some commentaries and quotes from the alleged contactors of this one-armed Swiss man, often referred to as a Swiss farmer named Billy Meyer. Well, I picked up that book, and I said, I've got to have this. This just rings true. I want to study it. Took it home with me, read it, looked at it, was just enthralled with the whole thing. It wasn't until several years later, in 1986, that I was in a little sleepy vegetarian cafe in Sedona waiting for some kind of sandwich with sprouts to show up, and there was a guy sitting in the back of the place, and we kind of were the only ones there, just a couple people with me, and we started to talk. He was a retired IRS agent. He and I were starting to talk about things like UFOs and what have you. I mentioned Billy Meyer, and he said, have you read the contact notes? And I said, what are the contact notes? And he said, well, those are the virtually verbatim transcripts of Mr. Meyer's conversations with these people who were at the time referred to as Pleiadians.
Mm-hmm.
I said, gosh, no, I sure would love to. And he said, well, you know, I live in Decker Canyon and out there in Malibu area. When you get back to town, give me a call, which I did. And this guy was kind enough to give me volumes, about 1,800, almost 2,000 pages, of some of the more difficult to read things I've ever had in my life, because the Swiss-German translation into English looks like it was done with a dictionary at the time, so there was a lot of words that were bouncing around. But what caught my eye consistently throughout this, and I read these for days at a time, I was up reading in wee hours of the morning. I would reread because I wanted to get it straight. But what I found was that there was some very specific information that was not affected by the quixotic kind of translations. It was scientific in nature. And so I started to reflect on this, and what I've come to after 23 years, you know, your show, you speak about some of the most unusual things in the universe that are going on. We speculate on a lot of things. You break news about chemtrails, which I might add are being sprayed all over the city of Los Angeles now for months, all this kind of stuff. And so I thought to myself, how does one really approach something like the Billy Meyer case? Wouldn't it be the most important event in human history if it were real and true? Human contact with provable human contact.
It would be.
Okay, so the next question for me, well, what's the evidence? And of course, the last question would be, well, what does it mean to us if we could find out that this was so? So I kind of look at it this way. We have speculation and we have facts. Speculation, you just had a man on who has an artifact, right? A tooth.
Oh, the tooth. You heard that, yeah.
I heard that.
Yes.
And it's fascinating. He's got and now there's speculation about it. He's got an artifact in his hand, but we have to find out more. You suggested DNA testing. He said, I can't do carbon dating because it only goes back so far, and from every indication, this goes back tens of millions of years, maybe 100 million years,
right,
which violates everything we know, right?
It certainly does.
All right. Now, what if we could get a picture of the true origins and history of humanity on this planet, and we found out that it went back at least 28 million years? That would be rather remarkable.
Well, it would not surprise me.
All right. Well, now we come to me, the next bump in the road, and that is we're now at an age where we're transitioning out of belief and we're going to go into knowledge. And the way I've looked at that, especially from the Meyer case, here are people that have spoken with Meyer ostensibly, just for the sake of argument. Let's just say it's so, and we're going to find out if we can actually prove that to the satisfaction of your listeners and you.
All right.
But let's just say that they've been speaking to him for some time. In all these conversations and transcripts, which people can read, they are available. I've never heard them never heard them use the words "I believe." They seem to state things factually. They either know something or they don't. They will either find it out or they can't. And we are, in our whole world and in every culture in this world, we cling to various beliefs because in certain areas we don't have knowledge. We only have right?
That's right.
So that's not logical if we want to kind of be a little Spockian about it, but we can't blame ourselves if we don't have the knowledge and information. And my other point on this is it doesn't matter whether or not I like something. I've got to find out if it's true or not. If it's true, I've got to adjust. Okay, so what I'm going to try to set up for you a little bit here is to answer any questions that you might have up front, to let you know that there is a remarkable book that just came out. This is the first book in 20 years on this case, and it's written by a man who's known Meyer for 20 years and has also taken photographs of the ships. Talk about it later. But something else that I do want to say now, that this
I've got that. First of all, let me tell you, I've got a book by, is it
Guido
Moosberger, right?
That's it.
Okay, I've got the book in my hand. It was sent to me ahead of the interview.
Right, good.
And I've got to say this. I've seen the Meyer photographs. I have one framed. A lot of them are really, really, really impressive photographs.
Right.
Of all the photographs that he could have chosen to put on the front cover of his book, he chose, in my opinion, the lousiest, the most possibly most easily criticized photograph of all of them.
I'll give you what I think might be a good answer for that. That photograph is one of a series of several in which the ship ostensibly circles the tree.
Well, okay, it looks, actually, it's in the shadow of the tree. It's impossible to determine, but it actually looks like a part of the saucer is in the tree.
Right.
And that's where the criticism is going to come from.
Well, let me tell you something. You were kind enough to post several links on your site. One of them is by a man named James Deardorff, who has researched the case only. Now, this photo was chosen by the publisher, and I think the publisher well knew that Mr. Deardorff had gone to a little bit of what you might call unusual lengths. He took this photograph, this series, and some others, and actually inquired of tree specialists. I don't know exactly what the technical name is. He wanted to see if the tree, A, could be identified, if they knew what the species was, if it could be a model of a tree, and any other things. And the link that you have provided for people has, I'm not going to try to go through the whole thing, but this is where you have to maybe, and I'm speaking to you, the listeners, you have to do, if you're interested enough, do what I've done, what other people have done, research and find out, because I will only tell you this much. He got back information from specialists that identified the species accurately for a species that grows right in that area. On top of it, they found, by examining the photographs and blowing them up enough, they found where the tree had been pruned on the trunk, which was in accordance with how those trees have to be treated to grow. And they also made comments that when people make model trees, they don't make irregular and, with prune marks and things that are so specific. There were a whole bunch of other things. But I'll tell you one other thing. There is also a video.
Well, I'm not doubting any of that. I'm just telling you that, some of the Meyer photographs of the beam ships are absolutely mind-blowing, staggering. But of all the ones, I would not have chosen this one just because it's so easily criticized. It's the one that I looked at and I said, no.
Well, it's a variety of Norwegian spruces, I remember. It's something like Abies alba or Abies alba. You can find out. It's an unusual tree. It's not something we have here, growing everywhere, to my knowledge.
I know, but the obvious criticism is, look, this thing was attached to and being held up by the tree.
Right. The series will prove that to be different because the clouds in back belie the fact that you could not have mounted a model from the distance from the camera, shot this entire series without the clouds having moved. You'll see Deardorff's analysis.
I've got to admit, it would be extremely difficult. I don't argue with you there. I just say that there are a lot of the other Meyer photographs that would have been, I think...
That's why my focus, frankly, isn't on the photographs. It's on the scientific corroboration for the information of the case, and that will lead us to what the major predictions that... See, I'm going to cover stuff that Meyer published anywhere from 1 week to maybe 15 years prior to either the events occurring or the same information being promoted and published as new discoveries by terrestrial science.
Okay.
And I've got the documentation. Okay. And that will lead us, hopefully, to the major predictions for these times that he has put in that are in the book as well.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess first, you've got to lay as much as you can about the credibility of the Meyer case itself, because any predictions that would be forthcoming would...
they have to rest on something.
Reflect back on whatever credibility we can establish for what happened to Billy Meyer.
Exactly. If I may start just to say a little bit about the scientific evaluations that had been done on the physical evidence that Meyer presented, that he accumulated between 75 and 78, most people do not know that there was a fair amount of scrutiny. You mentioned sound recording that you have, the wave file that was sent to you.
You bet.
That has 32 separate interfacing frequencies, some of which are not audible, but which show up on spectrum analyzers and oscilloscopes. And the sound engineers who actually analyzed that said that they could not duplicate that with synthesizers at the time.
I will play this coming out of the bottom of the hour break so people can hear it. Tell me a little bit about it. When and where and who and how did they record this?
Meyer actually took a cassette recorder, of all things, out into a field. There may have been a couple people with cassette recorders. At least he was there, and there were several other people. Now, the sounds of these ships have been heard by a lot of people in Switzerland because sometimes they don't screen off, and other people will hear or other people will see the ships. This was done on cassette machine. This was back, as I say, between 75 and 78. There's a guy named Steve Ambrose who was a sound engineer for Stevie Wonder. This man invented something called the micromonitor. It's like a radio set speaker that would fit inside Stevie Wonder's ear. And he and another sound engineer named Nils Ragnerud were among the people who actually analyzed this and realized that they would have needed a bank of synthesizers at that time in order to be able to duplicate the sounds. Now, again, this is in more detail in the book that you've got. You can read more about that because it tells, and indeed they also took it to, I think there's a Naval Undersea Lab in Connecticut where there's a sound lab, and they analyzed there too, same thing. They could not, you have to understand the physical evidence that we already know about is irreproducible to this day. And I will also tell you later, if you want, about a new attempt by skeptics group to duplicate Meyer's evidence and the results of that. But I'll be happy to stick with this and to tell you about any of the experts that have examined the films, the photographs, the sound recordings. When I gave one of my presentations in Los Angeles at the Biltmore Hotel, of all things, for about, it was like 450 of their corporate clients, I invited a man who I found through Britt and Lee Elders, who were two of the original investigators.
Oh, yes, I know them.
Okay. Well, his name was David Froning, and at the time he was with McDonnell Douglas, and also at that time he'd been in the astronautical engineer, space engineering for like 25 years. He was a publisher of theoretical stuff on propulsion, what have you. And he first came into familiarity with the case when his wife came home after seeing the Meyer book and said, how come this man's talking about tachyon drive? She was a little familiar. And David Froning was a space scientist back in the, let's say this was about 1979, 1980, said, what are you talking about? That's a very rarefied field of study, tachyon propulsion system. And he finds out it's a Swiss, quote-unquote, farmer. He then reads that this farmer has published information on hyperspace propulsion systems, calculations for going beyond speed of light that are within 20% of the calculations that he, Froning, came up with a group of scientists that he was involved. And he didn't say that he was right and Meyer was wrong.
Oh, that is interesting.
Oh, yes. And when he stepped up to the podium, because I introduced him at the lecture, and he said, I just want to tell you, because someone asked him, well, why are you involved in this? And he said, I want to tell you that a group of scientists that I'm involved with, it's a small group, we take the Meyer case quite seriously. We've made breakthroughs in our understanding of zero-point gravity from looking at his films and studying the material. Thank you very much. And these people sat there looking like, you can't be serious. He's quite serious. I haven't spoken to him since. I mean, I don't travel in those circles, but I was fortunate that Britt was able to find him and bring him in. There are people like Robert Post, who had been with JPL Photo Laboratory for 22 years, and he said he couldn't see anything fake about Meyer's photographs. Oh,
I know, they've really been looked at by the experts.
Michael Mallon, from Mars Orbiter.
Oh, I know.
He said he finds the photographs credible, they're good. The thing, he said it was hard for him to believe that a Swiss farmer could be on a first-name basis with a bunch of aliens, but the photographs are credible. And if they're hoaxes, he wants to know about how did he do it. This is beyond, this would be like a master at work. When you talk about someone like, there was a special effects guy named...
Now, for Michael Malin to say that is like pulling a 100-million-year-old tooth. I mean,
there you go. Well, everything I'm telling you, let me tell you where I got this information. A man named Gary Kinder wrote a book called Light Years back in about 87 on the Meyer case. He was reluctant to even get involved with it. He did a lot of research. He was pretty skeptical of it himself, and he interviewed all the people I'm mentioning to you and more that I haven't gotten to yet. And he published what he calls an open letter to the UFO community about these people and their comments. He commented that there was a man named Wally Gentleman, a special effects guy in Hollywood, who said that his problem with the Meyers, if anybody was faking this stuff, he had to have an immense budget plus expert knowledge, and he had to have a whole bank of assistants because this guy knows. This was a man who was a director of special effects on the Canadian Film Board for 10 years. He was director of special effects for Stanley Kubrick's film 2001. He'd seen Meyer's 8mm film segments.
Yeah, and the other thing, they were 8mm, by the way.
That's right.
So everybody should understand this is older technology before we can do the things we can do today.
You're right.
Yeah,
Pre-computer,
all of that is true. And also that these contacts didn't happen on any one single day. The Billy Meyer contacts occurred over a very long period of time. Is that correct?
And they are still ongoing.
And still ongoing.
Here's one that, Meyer...
All right, hold that thought for a moment. When we get back, we are going to explore the Meyer case because it is intensely interesting. And as you just heard, the experts have said they don't have a clue how what he did could have been done. We have a recording, a very high-quality recording, lasting in excess of 3 minutes, of a Pleiadian beam ship. And you may be one of the first ones to hear that anywhere in the world coming up tonight. I'm Art Bell. We're discussing with Michael Horn the ongoing Billy Meyer contact case in Switzerland. Why a Swiss farmer for contact with the human race, and information that will boggle your mind. You're going to be hearing about that, but we've got a recording of a beam ship coming up. I suggest you ready your tape recorders out there if you'd like a copy of this, coming up shortly. All right, once again, back to Michael Horn. Michael, I want to set up this recording to play for the audience here in a second. So anything else you know about it? Somewhere between 75 and 78 it was recorded.
Let me see if I can recall exactly when that was done. I believe that could have been 1980, but there'll be information. Yeah, that was like July of 1980.
July of 1980.
Yeah.
All right. Do we know exactly who recorded it?
Well, Billy himself.
Billy Meyer himself recorded this.
Yes.
And then it's been examined
By sound experts, at least three separate parties. You've got the people I mentioned, Steve Ambrose and Nils Ragnerud, and also at the Naval Undersea Labs in Connecticut. Now that's the sound. Perhaps this would be even more interesting to you, and that is that he turned over to the investigative team a couple of metal alloy samples. And those metal alloy samples were turned over to Marcel Vogel. I think you know who he is.
I do, and I know about samples a little bit.
Do you know the conclusion of the analysis?
That I don't know.
There was a videotape that Marcel did where he set up the electron scanning microscope, and this is written about in And Yet They Fly as well. You'll read about all this kind of old evidence, but it's important just for the listeners. Marcel Vogel was a research chemist. He'd been with IBM for about 22 years at the time they brought him the samples. He held 32 patents. He invented the magnetic disk coding memory system that IBM uses in disk memories. And he was also a specialist in what was called the conversion of energy inside crystals. Mm-hmm. So he was probing the crystalline structures within this metal crystal sample. He had the most...
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I had very good. I had a really graphic demonstration of the power of crystals the other night. Really graphic. All you do is take them and strike them together, and I've got some really good crystals. And oh my gosh, you get these sparks, and then you get this internal fire, this weird lingering internal fire. Oh, it's really weird.
And you can see it in the crystal.
Oh yes.
Oh wow.
Oh, try it sometime.
Okay.
Somebody had me try it, and I did it during a break, and it blew me away. Yes, so crystals are very interesting.
Well, what Marcel Vogel had to say after looking at these crystal metal samples with his electron scanning microscopes, $250,000 worth at the time, I'll give you the quote from his conclusion. With any technology that I know of, we could not achieve this on this planet. And I think it is important that those of us who are in the scientific world sit down and do some serious study on these things instead of putting it off as people's imagination. Now, that's on some physical metal samples presented to Marcel Vogel by Billy Meyer and the investigative team. Now, I say this is kind of the old news, only because all of this analysis was done, I guess, early 1980s. Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Stevens was so instrumental in the investigation and contacting people and specialists and having photos analyzed. Nonetheless, you have people that were debunking and carrying on, well, it's got to all be fake.
Of course.
Right. So I wanted to go to a different level of proof, to have a higher standard, something that would be, you have to have an incontrovertible, irrefutable standard. You raise the bar, and what I came up with is, the standard would be that Meyer would have to present and publish information, specific predictive scientific information,
yes,
in advance of terrestrial scientific experts, and he would have to do it better years before any of our scientists came up with the same findings. And I found that information in abundance. And what I did, and I'll tell people right now, and I've done this even recently in the past couple of months, I went on the internet and I took the things that were presented to Billy Meyer as predictions, even in casual conversations with his Pleiadian or Pleiadian contactors, and I did Google searches. I went into all these different countries where these things were supposed to happen, and let me just start with the earliest...
No, I want to get this recording on the air.
Oh, well, stop me for that. That'd be great.
All right, fine. So this recording that has been so examined, it's going to be about a 3-minute plus cut, right?
Well, you have that much there, yes.
Yes, all right. Well, I'm going to play what I have in its entirety for my audience because they don't often get to hear something like this. So let's all be silent for about 3 minutes, and what you're going to hear is a recording by Billy Meyer himself of one of the ships that has visited him with so much information. Here's what it sounds like. There you have it. Oh, man.
Yes.
Now, is that of a ship moving, hovering? Do we have any...
I can tell you what it was. It was hovering above him, and actually his wife was there at the time, too. It was so loud when Meyer recorded, actually, that he got a headache from it.
I was getting a little headache. I've got phones on.
I was going to say, I hope you don't get one, too. You're closer. But, since you played that, and people might say, well, what's the big deal? It just sounds like somebody. Let me take something out of the book for you, because people can read this from And Yet They Fly themselves, but let me just, if I may.
That's the name of the book. You keep flying by it. It's called And Yet They Fly.
And Yet They Fly.
All right.
That's what my website is called, too.
All right.
They can find it there.
All right.
But here's a little bit about it. It was discovered the sounds were a mixture of 32 simultaneous frequencies, 24 with them within the audible range, 8 of them outside of it. Now, Steve Ambrose said that there were the sound recordings have a number of surprising characteristics. How can they be produced? He wasn't speaking of how the carriers can duplicate something of the kind, but how it was possible to get these things on a spectrum sound analyzer and on the oscillograph.
Right.
He said it's one thing to create something that sounds like the recorders, but another to create something that sounds like them and still has those consistent and random oscillations in it.
Here, you could also hear a little bit of wind in the microphone.
Yes. He was outside.
Yeah, obviously.
There was Jim Dilatoso went and got another independent verification from the United States Navy Sonar Sound Lab, and the guy there, Mr. Robin Shellman, said the equipment was set up to analyze for 50 or 60 hertz line frequencies, which are common electrical outlets. Meyer could not have used any electrical AC source to produce the sounds. If the device that generates the sounds were an electric motor or a machine, the line frequencies would be evident, but none were detected. It goes on and on. There's an analysis, more about how this is just too unusual for a farmer out in the field with a cassette recorder to come out with. So this really is presented. Look, people can research this and find out all this evaluation that was done before 1987 that really showed that this was authentic. And that was very troublesome because the content of the conversations disturbed a lot of people.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, now, before we get to that, on my site right now, people will go to my site, rfl.com, click on program, tonight's guest info. You'll see the name Steve Smith. Steve, there are a number of, well, first of all, we've got the MPEG-3 audio clip if people would like to download it for themselves. Thank you very much for that. Then there are several websites listed. Where would somebody see the best Billy Meyer photographs?
Well, on And Yet They Fly, my book website, we already took some of the nice clear photos out of the book and a couple of the pages and put it in the gallery there. They will be able to jump around from there. They can go to the BillyMeyer.com website. There's an abundance, even Jim Dilatoso's James Deardorff's website there has links to photos. So there's plenty of that. Meyer's taken hundreds of these things.
Okay, now wait a minute. I'm on AndYetTheyFly.com.
Right.
Where is, photo gallery. Okay, yeah. What a dummy. Right below this, I see it, photo gallery, and oh, yes. Oh, yes. Click on an image to enlarge. These are spectacular photographs,
yes,
folks. And of course, it's bogging down because everybody in the world is going up there right now.
Well, there's over 7 in the book. These, you can tell from the book you have in your hands, they're nice color plates. It's not a cheap production. They've got over 70 color photos in there. And not only do they have color photos of the ships, which are outstanding, some of the landing tracks, the beam weapon that they loaned him.
Right.
Okay, and... oh, my goodness, the hole in the tree. I've been there. I've seen it. There's so much here to talk about. I don't mean to be too excited about it, but this is an opportunity to let people do some...
No, there's plenty of reason to get excited about all of this, believe me.
Okay.
Believe me.
Wait till you hear the predictions. You'll get really excited.
I understand why. I just thought it very important before we got to any of the predictions, you know, to establish some of the investigative work that's gone on with regard to the Meyer contacts, which again began when?
Oh, my goodness. Well, the truth of the matter is he went public with in 75 as he was having them, but he had his first contacts in about 1942 when he was 5 years old. He's been having contacts for 60 years.
All right, and everybody would ask, look, you've got the White House, you've got the Kremlin, you've got the capital of China. There are so many places that alien beings could choose to come down and begin contact with the human race,
Yes.
that a Swiss farmer, I mean, just, you know, everybody's obviously going to say, what the hell, why a Swiss farmer? And it's a reasonable question.
Okay. Would you like...
A reasonable answer?
reasonable
Yes, I sure would.
Okay. Well, I don't know that it'll be a satisfactory answer, but it'll be a reasonable answer.
Take your best shot.
Let's put it this way. And this, again, let's put this in the realm of speculation. I can give you facts and I can give you speculation. Make of it what you will. What is said about Meyer is that he is an unusual man in terms of his spirit. We sometimes say soul or spirit interchangeably. In this case, they are very specific. They say the human spirit, that which incarnates millions of times and millions of times in the course of evolution as different personalities that have nothing in common with each other, that don't know each other, etc. That Meyer's spirit is particularly suited through his abilities and his character to be a contact person who would not only be able to be tutored and brought up to speed on a lot of things, but would have the strength of character and devotion to withstand what is ultimately now almost 20 assassination attempts. And
and the onslaught of...
the vilification.
Yes, of course.
And so it's just, he's not a perfect person, and the people that visit him aren't perfect.
Has Billy himself actually asked them, why me?
Yes. And it was that he, on a spiritual level, has agreed to have this mission be part of his life in this lifetime. He's simply qualified and capable for this. It's just like you have a qualification and a quality that makes you superior at your job that you've chosen to do. This is your mission. You have a radio show. Someone else's mission is being an airline pilot or a cook or what.
Or a NASA employee,
Yes.
or somebody who works at the White House. And I just, you know, it's why choose this Swiss farmer?
And the real answer would be, well, why not? Because, and my answer, you know, I was once asked this in Hawaii when I was giving a lecture. Somebody said, well, the same thing, you know, why not try? I said, because they chose him, you're hearing about it. Had they chosen, had they contacted other people, would you hear about it if the scientists or the government people?
You make a very good point there.
I hate to tell you, some of those contacts were attempted. And Meyer, well, here's something from the case. There was an opportunity for us as a planetary people to have contacts with these humans, but the stipulation was that Meyer was to be the intermediary because he had been tutored in this and prepared for it, and he was having the contacts. And they approached some very powerful government people who declined. It did not suit their egos. And so that opportunity was lost because it did not suit the egos of the people. Now, that's the way it's told. Is that true? I don't know, but that's the story. There's some things I can prove for you here. There's some things I can only tell. And other things people have to find out for themselves.
Yeah. These photographs are, God, they're incredible. And now the site is getting slammed. And
Well,
it's hard to get an enlargement right now, but the thumbnails are there. It's really getting slammed.
Well, you know, I know that we'll keep the site up, obviously, for people, and if they'll be patient, if it doesn't, work for them tonight, to just, keep the info or come back to your site and jump to us. But we want people to really do this work for themselves, because what we're leading to here, believe it or not, are the UFOs are the least important part of it. That's my take.
Okay, well, the Pleiadians, there's the Pleiadians and then the Plejorans.
Plejaran is what they actually call themselves. Let me explain what the story is on that. When Meyer came out publicly in 75, he talked about Pleiadians. And you notice then there were a lot of people who appeared who were talking about Pleiadians and channeling Pleiadians.
Yes, absolutely.
This was built into the case so that in the late 90s, Meyer was allowed to publish the fact that they are not Pleiadian. They refer to themselves and are known only as Plejaran because the word Pleia and Pleiades, Plejaran is how they refer to themselves. That J in there is, you know, kind of an I or Y sound.
Yes.
They put the word Pleiades out because they exist and live in a altered time-space configuration in the direction of the Pleiades, but we know the Pleiades as we see them cannot support human life or life of any form. The stars are too young. They did that deliberately because they knew that there would be a whole spate of people that would come out claiming to be in touch with them and other Pleiadians and channeling what have you. So they did it, and they allowed Meyer to take the hits on a lot of things, including that.
All right. Hold tight right there. We're at the top of the hour, and we'll be right back. Once again, here is Michael Horn, and we're talking about the Plejarans.
Plejarans, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
There they are.
what's in a name? The point is, Pleiadians, whatever, they're extraterrestrials, and they're in contact and have been for a long, long time now with this Swiss farmer.
60 years.
So now, I guess at this point, with all the documentation of this case, sound, video, audio, still photographs of 8mm stuff that couldn't be faked, all of this important documentation. After this, we should begin asking about the Pleiadians themselves. And the first question out of any Earth person's mouth, other than, am I going to die, probably would be, why are you here? Why are you on Earth?
Well, let me give you a little answer, and let me just interject something, because as impressive as all that information and documentation is, it really isn't even to me as impressive as what we'll get into that's happened since all of that. And
Still, that would be my first question. Why are you here?
Here we go. This is a critical time from their perspective in human evolution, because they see us as far outstripping our spiritual development by our technological abilities. We've become quite enchanted and entranced with our ability to plunge rapidly forward and develop things.
Not us.
Not us. However, from their perspective...
Oh, no, I agree completely. We're a technological society, and the spiritual side of us has sort of worn away over the decades. No question about it.
What we haven't done, if we want to take their perspective on it, and it doesn't take an ET maybe to come up with this conclusion as well, we haven't been cultivating certain things like wisdom, understanding, self-reflection. It's not part of the overall world's preoccupation at this point and for some time. They are very critical, and this will offend people, but you know what? They're equal opportunity offenders. They've got something bad to say about everybody, too. They feel that we are too trapped in our belief systems, that we give in to grabbing onto a cult, a religion, a belief system, and instead of being able to think and question and challenge our way through and seek answers from within ourselves, the kind of, might sound a little bit of a stereotypical statement, but to them, this is what we do miss. And because of that, we've been just plunging into a self-destructive greed and materialism that they are telling us will be our undoing. And this is mapped out, and it has been mapped out by them and others from their races for centuries in the form of prophecies, in the forms of directions or hints, or having somebody come forward to announce certain things at a certain time. And they're saying that basically we do not see the signposts. We neglect to recognize what's going on. When an event occurs that's been prophesied, we are not understanding that the consequence of that leads to the next thing that's prophesied. A prophet.
All right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's review some of the Meyer or Pleiadian prophecies through Meyer that have been made and have come true. That'll
Great.
help. What can you tell us about that?
Let me do that. And let me just say, I got an email from the publisher. They said the email, the site, apparently, you reach a lot of people.
I know what we do to websites, sir.
Well, if folks will just be patient with us, if they can't get through to us tonight, they'll be able to order the book online, whatever they want, but be patient because your reach is a bit farther than their technological.
I know. There are so many notches on our server, it's ready to fall in half. So
Okay, well, let me answer your question for
we
you.
killed a lot of websites. All right, yes, please.
And this is what, as I mentioned earlier, what first really caught my attention that was clear in those contact notes, despite the fact that the Swiss German to English translations were difficult, was that they were very specific about things. So I'll lay out a few specific things.
All right, please.
In his 7th contact that took place on February 25th, 1975, in his 34th contact of September 14th, 75, and in the 35th contact of September 16th, 1975, and all the sentences are numbered, Meyer was informed of the dangers that actually faced us from the consequences of human-caused damage to the ozone layer. Now, this went beyond what we already knew about CFCs and combustion engines, and they said, look, your problems are that the atomic devices that you folks test and explode release what they called elementary radiations in electrical ranges that we don't even know exist. Those electrical energies were going up and rending holes in the ozone. They said this was allowing deadly ultraviolet rays to pass through. It was killing off microorganisms that not only existed in the atmosphere but would exist in the seas as well, like plankton, and that this destruction, because there was a symbiotic relationship going on, this destruction was going to lead to problems with the food chain and genetic mutations.
All of this is documented.
Oh, yeah. I had this in my hands in 1986.
That Meyer would have been warned about the ozone layer problem in 1975.
Now,
oh, my God. All right.
But quite specifically about the A-bomb. Now, here's a headline. Just everybody catch this one because you can find this in archives. This was from the California Evening Outlook of November 29th, 1988, 13 years later. Here was the new finding. Atom bomb testing tied to ozone depletion. That was the headline 13 years later after Meyer had had the conversation and published it. Now, that's not all.
All right. May I stop you for one second?
Anytime.
With regard to the warning about the ozone layer, well documented, no problem there, amazing. Now, here's what I think, Michael. I think that if they contacted Billy Meyer with this information, they probably did so because they had tried contacting governments or agents of governments with this information and had not gotten anywhere.
You're right on. They actually then told him to send out all this information I'm giving you and more to the governments of the world and also to a scientist at Harvard named Michael McElroy, which he did. And I went and I did an internet search and I found that guy listed. And he's involved with atmospheric sciences and things. The only response Meyer got from 300 mailings was from I believe it was the West Germans who said, thank you. That was the only response. Now, remember...
Now you see, Michael, there are many people who view many things going on around us right now, like chemtrails, and the experiments being conducted with the ionosphere and all the rest of it, as having something to do with some kind of attempt at mitigating the circumstances that we may be facing right now. So could it be that when Billy Meyer was warned, the governments were warned, and they are damn well aware of what we're facing and what we're seeing in our atmosphere is some attempt to mitigate what otherwise is going to be an absolute disaster?
Well, I would put that in the category of speculation, and I'd agree with you.
I would too, but...
I agree. Let's hope that the worst case, because I've been making noises here in L.A. about the chemtrails. I'm thinking of their hand, gosh, have they caught on to what's really going on, and they're trying to remedy it by putting aluminum in the air? I mean, that's too depressing to think about. But if I can give you a couple more. Now, he was told about the A-bomb testing. He was told about the damage to the ozone, the food chain, and all that. And he's also told that bromine gases, not only CFCs, but bromine gases were another contributing factor. Now, in the Los Angeles Times, February 24th, 1992, ozone hole damages food chain 17 years after Meyer published it. Then in 1991, 1 year before,
Yes.
I heard on NPR radio a scientific report announcing that there was a discovery that bromine gases indeed were damaging the ozone. And these are gases that are used like in fumigation, agriculture, wood treatment for woods that are exported to Japan, stuff like that. Now they are, you can find this on the internet now, the connection between bromine gases and the ozone damage, and I could not find anything earlier than late 80s or 90s on that. And he published it in 75.
Okay.
Now that we're just, this is the beginning. He had a 45th contact on February 25th. It was like 1976. He was warned that when we extract petroleum and natural gas from the earth, and when we dam waters in huge volumes, we are contributing to the increase of earthquakes and volcanic activity. That was in 76. In 1990, June 21st, an article in an LA paper, Earthquakes, Oil Interact, a scientist from Stanford University.
I've seen the article.
Yep. And, I mean, this is the kind of thing that people who just want to debunk, they have got to understand.
They better do this.
Deep.
They better do this research before they debunk.
Please, there's 400 and some pages in And Yet They Fly. They will find stuff in here that will curl their hair. And we've got plenty here to go. Can I give you one other one?
Yes.
This one I found especially interesting. We had, when I read through the original contact notes, I made a note of the 31st contact, was July 17th, 75. And in there, Meyer, there's a whole quote about, he was taken ostensibly to the outskirts of the planet Venus, shown the planet, and given a volume of information about it, including the height of the clouds, the nature of the gases, the percentages, the topography. He described the surface, et cetera, the fact that there were, the last cloud formations were at nearly 40 kilometers of height. There were craters here. The landscape was wild. Well, all this stuff, Wendell Stevens then wrote that a year later, after that, in Astronomy magazine, they announced that indeed the space probe that we sent found that the clouds were about 40 kilometers above us. It was the same information. And when Stevens went and visited the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey National Observatory in Flagstaff in February of 81, because he was doing research on all this information Meyer had, the project manager for the Venus topography study, Ray Jordan and Eric Eliason, showed the relief map of Venus that they were making, and it showed virtually what Meyer had described in the notes from 1975.
All right, you've got a very strong case, Michael. I'm going to ask you. I understand, but I'm going to ask you to look for me at the other side for just a moment. Is there anything that Meyer predicted with information from the Pleiadians, or whatever name we want to call them, that did not come true in the specified time period? In other words, misses. Did he have any misses?
I'll be honest, Mark.
I'm Art.
Art.
That's right.
I get all excited about this stuff. I have not yet finished researching everything. To the best of my knowledge, what I've found so far, the closest thing I can say to that is he was given dates for things, which I will get to, that were missed in some cases by 4 to 5 days, at least according to the searches I did on the internet as to when these things...
But that's as much of a miss as you've seen?
So far, yeah. Maybe a week.
Wow.
Maybe there was a week.
Wow.
So I've got to, I'm still looking, but it's kind of like, I once made a lecture on this, and I said, if one of Meyer's photos is authentic, we should take this seriously. When I will take you through many, many predictions or prophecies that were fulfilled accurately. There are this is only from the English stuff that's been translated in English. More stuff remains untranslated in German than is available in English, and it's full of all this stuff.
How do we get to it?
Well, you can, if you go to And Yet They Fly, there's links to the Billy Meyer site, or you've already put up BillyMeyer.com.
Yes.
Link there. There is a forum, an international discussion forum. Oh my gosh. They will be able
Well, in other words,
you can go through the links.
That which has not been translated yet?
Oh, there's over 20,000 pages in German that haven't been translated.
How are we eventually going to get all this?
Because
who is working on it?
There are teams of people. A lot of this is done by volunteers who are skilled enough to translate, and they work at their own rate of speed. It's being translated into... there is a website address where you can go directly. and see this stuff because it's in several languages. So those people out there who may either speak Italian or Spanish or German, there is a www.f as in Frank, IGU.org. That's figu.org. That will help launch them into finding this because this is a process that's literally going to take years. There's no way that Meyer brought forth all 20,000 pages that are still untranslated. And he did it with one hand on a typewriter that was modified for him by these people so he could type something like 1,200 characters a minute.
What's Meyer's financial situation?
Well, I went over there last May for the first time in my life to meet. These appear to be, and he included, people who spend an awful lot of time maintaining a property that they got in a very ramshackle condition. Photos are all there in '77, and they've built it into their home and center. They all work consistently. If you go to visit the center for more than 30 minutes, you have to grab a shovel and help plant. Meyer works there. Meyer works also on doing his.
Has Meyer turned it into a kind of a cult?
People have accused that. I haven't seen it, but let me tell you something. Wherever there is a person who brings forward information, for better or for worse, you're going to have people that will have that intention. I think that they've done pretty darn well in kicking that away from them. It's kind of like, when somebody finds the truth, the devil wants to help them organize it.
How does Mr. Meyer view himself now?
When I went there, this might give it to you. I was there with one of the Americans, a guy from Texas named Mark Campbell.
How long ago?
This is last May.
Okay.
We were walking on the property. We were there for, to meet people and all this stuff. And suddenly Billy Meyer in his blue jeans and his work shirt comes bouncing out of a door with his one arm and his keys and whatever else. And Mark is a gregarious Texan. He says to him, "Billy, I just want to thank you for everything you've done for everybody." And Billy just looks at me and says, "Don't mention it. It's my duty." And walked away. And that was kind of the energy the guy was like. There was nothing special about the man. He was plainly not special. And
you didn't have Cadillacs lined up in it.
No. These are people, the people involved, and I've met these people. I've now met actually about a dozen people who've also seen the ships, 2 who've also photographed them. But these are people who have other work. They come over to this center basically to make it a place where people can come and view the photos, learn about the case, take the information, go back to their countries or their homes or whatever. But most of these people are working as teachers or carpenters or what have you. They made a very good point of it when I first met them. They said, "Please do not think we are more spiritual or evolved than anybody. We're simply fascinated and interested, and we live here. We've had an opportunity to be close to this. Don't project stuff on us that we are not."
All right, so they're not turning this into the Billy Meyer religion or anything like that?
Hopefully not. I don't see that. But I will tell you that there will always be people that will think that because a man has had a certain experience, he should be exalted. That is not what this is about.
Okay.
Not for me.
All right. When we get back from the break, I guess I would like to hear more about predictions that were made and that have come true.
Oh, I got a ton of them.
Then if you have them, I'd like to move on to predictions that have been made and have not yet come true.
I have a ton of those too.
All right, stay right where you are. Well, I think we've laid a pretty good foundation with regard to the Billy Meyer case. We'll do just a little bit more of that, and then I think I want to move into what's coming. Because if you can verify history, then you might just want to continue and find out what's directly ahead. Trust me when I tell you you're on a ride in the middle of the night with Michael Horn, all on the Billy Meyer case. And if you listen very carefully, we'll move through a couple of other things he successfully predicted. And then we'll move into the future, if you'll just stay right there. All right, back now right away to Michael Horn. Michael, welcome back. All right, a couple of other things, if you will, that Mr. Meyer, I don't want to say predicted, because Billy Meyer did not predict these things. He simply passed them on from the Pleiadians.
Yes, the ones we're talking about indeed. May I give you, I want to give you a little quote. It's from somebody else that I think you know. And the quote is, "Science is best defined as a careful, disciplined, logical search for knowledge about any and all aspects of the universe, obtained by examination of the best available evidence, and always subject to correction and improvement upon discovery of better evidence. What's left is magic, and it doesn't work." Now, that quote, the reason I read it, It's from the Not So Amazing Randy. Now, the reason I read it is because today is the 1-year anniversary, strangely enough, of my getting in touch with an organization called CFI West in Los Angeles, which is the skeptics organization.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to tell you before I march through the rest of the stuff, I went in there with the videotape showing the beam ship, the books with the photos, and I'm not going to name the man I met. He's a nice gentleman, but he works for this organization as an investigator. I showed him all this. He assured me that it was all hoaxed and fake and that he could duplicate it, and that he would even go so far as to get a film camera and a photo camera, the same type, and he would show me how easy it was to do this.
You know, I'd like to go to a skeptics meeting. I bet they're fun. I wonder what they sit around and do at a skeptics meeting.
Well, I'm skeptical of the whole thing, to tell you the truth, Art, but I haven't gone. But I did meet with this gentleman. I then spoke with him after he'd obtained the 2 cameras, and I stayed in touch on the phone with him. I met with him 2 or 3 times, and there was always some reason he couldn't quite get to it. And I said to him one day, I said, look, do me the favor. Take your computer, your special effects, digital Photoshop, anything you want, but what I would only ask you to do if you want to be a sport is duplicate this stuff with 1 arm. It's now 1 year later. It's been very silent. They failed to duplicate one of anything.
All you need is 1 arm. I mean, for the mouse, right?
Piece of cake.
Yeah, piece of cake.
All right,
so they haven't done it, huh?
No.
All right. Now, again, though, to the Meyer.
Let's go to the Meyer.
Yes.
All right. Let me go back around the astronomical stuff, because this was a kind of very fertile period of time for Meyer when he was ostensibly being taken directly to see different planets and to gather information on them.
Right.
Now, Wendell Stevens has had the contact notes in his possession for this particular date that I'm going to refer to. This was the 19th of October in 1978. It was the 115th contact. He showed them as well to 2 people that he trusted. One was a man named Major Rudolph Pestalozzi, USAF retired, and a Mr. Richard Norton, who was the former director of the Flandreau Planetarium in Tucson.
Okay.
Okay. So he wanted to verify that they had seen these things, they had them in their possession. Now, because I get a little blurry-eyed late at night, I'm just trying to do this as best I can. That is Meyer, produced evidence regarding Jupiter, and it was given to him during this particular voyage, and he put it into this contact. To condense it, essentially he said Jupiter has 17 moons. There's rings around it. The red spot is actually a rotating funnel-shaped storm. There was a many kilometers large cloud formation in the storm, rotating counterclockwise. Rings from the particles that were flung off of the Io volcano on that little moon of Jupiter, which is the most volcanically active body in the solar system, he published at that time, had contributed to these rings. He said that Eos...
Okay, all that's very impressive. Is there any other terrestrial way that Mr. Meyer could have known all of this?
No, because... first of all, we still don't know that Jupiter has 17 moons.
Right.
We've come to 16. Maybe is it pronounced Io?
Io's one moon, yes.
Okay, and he also talked about Europa as being an icy moon. These things, apparently, we did not discover until subsequent to that. I believe that it was in 1980 that we discovered, Star and Sky magazine mentioned the discovery of the 16th moon. And, of course, Meyer had already published this.
And the storms and so forth.
And the storms. In his 150th contact of October 10th, 1981, he reports that there are actually 19 moons of Saturn, and that he notes the existence and the origin of the Adonis asteroids from the former planet, Melona or Melbeck or Phaeton, that used to exist, that was destroyed. That's another piece of speculation in terms of the origin of the asteroids, but that's what they have told him. So we still don't know that there's 19 moons of Saturn.
And all of this information is based on Mr. Meyer's actually going to these places.
Being shown and being given the information. This has already been printed in books that, in addition to the contact notes that I had in my possession in '86, this stuff was printed by Wendell Stevens.
Does Billy Meyer have any pictures of the Palladians?
He has no portraits. In the book, And Yet They Fly, you will see drawings of some of them that were authorized and are supposed to be extreme good likenesses.
Yes.
And there are...
But no actual photographs of
They are not
the
allowed
beings.
to. There's a simple reason.
Why?
According to them, they do not want to be deified. They don't want cults made about them, as we tend to do here on things that are seemingly larger than our life.
Well, then they certainly are a more advanced race than ours.
Well, let's remember that what they're talking about is their forefathers setting in motion a lot of the stuff that has helped us to be a not-so-advanced race. And there's a certain, if you want to use the word karma, a self-obligated mission, they call it, for them to assist us to come out of stuff, but they're not going to interfere. They don't want deification. They don't want to be attacked.
The prime directive.
Yeah, probably so. I'm not a science fiction fan. People always talk about Star Trek. I don't
Prime directive is simple. You don't interfere with developing civilizations.
There you go.
You know, with higher technical stuff. You
Okay.
just don't do it.
Well, a lot of the stuff that I've been telling you so far, by the way, are from the contact notes. A lot of this is in And Yet They Fly. People can read it, and they can actually trace this back and know that it was published on the dates
Yeah.
that weren't mentioned. There's a sketch of Samyaze, the woman who is his main contact person. Well, let's jump to some more recent fulfilled predictions that I went and found on the internet.
All right, I don't need too many more of these because I want to jump ahead, but go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Well, some were, he had a contact, number 235 in February 3rd of 90. They predicted that there would be an earthquake in February of 92 on the 28th of February in California. That is indeed, that was only a mere 3 weeks prior, but it was the date of the Upland earthquake.
Okay, so, all right.
It goes on and on. I mean, I've
Yeah,
had
I understand.
nuclear accidents.
Okay, nuclear accidents,
Yeah,
really?
They predicted, he had a contact that was on February 3rd, 92, and that was contact 241, and in there, among other things, was a nuclear accident in Russia would take place, they said, during the third week of March. The actual date of that accident was March 27th, 92.
Good enough for me.
Okay.
That's what I consider a solid base of information. People can go and check on this themselves.
Right, and
now,
there's a lot of it.
all right, fine. Now, if you wouldn't mind, Michael, begin to give us information that,
Pertains to now more?
well, now and the future. In other words, stuff that has not yet happened, but nevertheless is being warned about. Is warned the right word?
Yeah, I think it is. It's a simple, accurate word. It's
All right.
kind of like we're being nudged. Hey, folks, if you want to wake up, because their thing is, if we want to destroy ourselves, no one's going to come, and there's not going to be a lift-off. No one's coming to save us. We own our consequences of our own actions. So let me give you something that seemed to be, because a lot of people say, well, why don't they help us with these things? Here's something they told Meyer in 94 about mad cow disease. And they said that these BSE pathogens cannot be destroyed through the temperature methods that we're currently using, that we actually have to look at temperatures that are anywhere between 1,228 degrees Fahrenheit and 1,768 degrees.
Well, that is help then.
There is help, because when I went on the internet to look at the temperatures, we were still working in the 700 to and slightly above Fahrenheit range. We were not yet, when I looked last, anywhere near 1,200 to 1,700 Fahrenheit.
All right. Interesting, very interesting.
And one other thing that jumped out recently, because it was just from February 17th that there was the British Telegraph and other publications had an article about America launching the laser of death, or,
Oh, yes.
Remember that?
I read the article.
Now, you probably also know then that the laser they're talking about is called a coil, or a chemical oxygen iodine laser.
That's exactly correct, yes.
All right, now, I'm not a scientist, but, I'm putting pieces together. The quote I had in the coil, the power of a chemical reaction is converted to laser energy, and the weapon can carry on firing as long as the power source is intact.
That
Okay.
is an exact quote, actually, yes.
It is. Now, July 6th, 1977, and prior to that, also on September 29th, 1976, Meyer was given a laser pistol that operates by, here it is, combining two different elements to generate the beam. Meyer was not only given that weapon, he was photographed with it. One of the ETs, with the exception of her face, in her gold spacesuit, if you will, was photographed holding it. And more importantly, Meyer was allowed to shoot it at a dead apple tree on his property. Now, here's the thing. And I spoke with Wendell Stevens about this, that when they went there, they thought maybe he had just simply taken like a welding torch and tried to bore through the tree.
Yes.
They measured for temperature for the bore of the hole.
Yes.
It exceeded anything that could have been done. Plus, the tree probably would have been set on fire by a torch. The other thing, they ran a plumb line through the hole, all the way back through as far as they could carry it. Everything was singed in a straight line.
Wow.
Now that tree came back because it was dormant. It came back online and started to bear fruit. I have stuck my finger in that hole. It's there. This is a 2-chemical laser weapon, which was for the Plejarans, or the people that loaned it to them, a 600-year-old relic.
That we're just developing at the moment.
That we're developing. That was an antique, and they let him play with it. Those photos are in the book. People can, go ahead, hassle it out there.
All right.
Okay, so you probably want to move.
I do. I mean, having laid such a solid foundation, and I do think you did very well here, I do want to move ahead and hear what's coming.
All right, so let's move into some of the stuff that's a little less cheery.
Okay.
I'm not going there because I want to depress anybody, but they always talk about we are not diplomats. We don't cater to diplomacy and flowery words. We tell things as they are. Let's go. They have laid out 5 points that they say are essential for us to pay attention to if we want to avoid some of the catastrophes that we are paving the way towards.
All right.
Here's one of them. The first one is overpopulation. Now, from their perspective, they have calculated, and all this material is published, they talk about what the actual sustainability of the planet is.
Yes.
We are something like 10 times over it. And the problem is not just that there's a lot of people, but overpopulation leads to starvation, to strife, to environmental destruction, disaster, to illegal immigration, because you have refugees flooding into countries.
So that means that we ought to have perhaps 500 million people, 750 million people on planet somewhere in there.
A little more than 500 million.
But instead we have 6 billion and really going.
Yes. Now, let me just clarify that with prophecies, these are generally negative things because it's showing what is being dictated by our actions, what we're doing in our state of evolution.
That's fine.
So what they say there is we've got to, if we wanted to take control of this, we would have to enforce a system of birth regulation, and they actually have, I don't mean the physical method of it, but there's actually a regulation of births, how they show you to go about it, so that we cease overproducing humans, let the planet recover, let humans recover. That's step one. I won't overdo it. The second thing is...
Yeah, but that's impossible.
Well, if our thinking dictates that, and I wouldn't be arguing with you right now, look, we have powerful religious forces that are totally contrary to that and other belief systems.
However, I will tell you this, there are people at the top of governments, or even some people believe beyond the top of known governments, who are saying some really, from our point of view as the populace, really dark things about the need for population control.
Yeah, but the way they may want to go about it.
I know. All right, so they're saying that's...
There's a method. And I don't mean to talk about it and make it exactly like the method, but there's a method, a mathematical method of how to control it so that we can let things catch up and we'll be fine with by reducing the population in a natural way.
And if we don't?
We are contributing to our own destruction, and here are the other 4 steps. If we don't cease the exploitation of the earth and environment, see, it doesn't take an ET to tell you this, I'll tell you right away, but here's what they said. Extracting petroleum and gas and ores and destroying forests, we're killing ourselves. If we don't cease, next point, atomic testing and development of what they call the chain reaction bomb. This was told in Meyer in 76, and it hasn't been changed. There was a bomb in development that would have ignited the atmosphere of the planet within 8 minutes. There would have been no chance of saving anything here. And they were going to test it. That test was interfered with. They also suggest the destruction of all constructed dams.
Wait a minute. Hold on. That's too big what you said.
Yeah.
You said there was a weapon developed, some sort of chain reaction nuclear device or whatever, that would have ignited the atmosphere, which was what they were worried about when they built the first atomic bombs.
Okay.
They were worried that could occur, and you're saying we as in the U.S. probably, or the
more than likely worked towards the creation and testing of that device.
And you're saying they tried to deploy and test that device.
What I understand is it was interfered with.
It was interfered with.
Now, I don't know if that means that...
Now, whether or not the government had been officially contacted, believe me, if a test of that magnitude was screwed with by others, that would be...
Somebody would get a clue.
More than a clue. They would absolutely have confirmation that what they're doing is being observed, and now there's been intervention. So you've contradicted yourself. On the one hand, you said earlier they would do nothing to interfere with our own destruction. Well, this clearly falls under that category.
Different category. They won't allow the physical planet itself to be destroyed because of the consequences that are implicit in the destruction of a planet. If a planet explodes, it can have consequences that even go beyond its solar system. And so they're very clear about that. They said, look, if you folks want to kill yourselves off in the Third World War and all the rest of the stuff that I'll get to, we're not interfering, but we will stop the destruction of the planet because it has consequences far beyond your petty concerns.
Okay, I'm with you now. Yes, okay. I'm with you now. And this would have, or had the potential to destroy the entire planet.
They said it would have taken 7 to 8 minutes, and it would have been gone, just destroyed. We have brilliant minds that take left turns.
We do.
So the other thing, just to sort of get the last two in for you, destroying, deconstructing dams, huge dams, because they do contribute to earthquakes, as do the building of concentrated cities with immense concentrations of skyscrapers and other things. We are not yet aware of how we imbalance the plate.
But how about this? Hydroelectric power is one of the cleanest forms of production of energy that we have, and the other stuff they're talking about, that emits all these gases and is getting us into so much damn trouble. I mean, I don't know whether they mentioned that or not, but to disassemble the hydroelectric dams would be to take away one of the cleanest forms of energy.
We are probably using our ingenuity, if we are focused on producing clean energy and even using that method or finding another means of using that method, I'll bet we can do it if we really thought it was important to us. Again, I'm not a scientist.
Okay, but they're saying
that the dams themselves pose a danger because of the physical concentration of the huge volumes of weight in inappropriate places on a planet. These aren't mountain ranges that are supported from deep within the Earth.
Yeah.
We put dams.
I hear you. In other words, an artificial dam would put an incredible amount of weight in a place that did not have it before. I don't know what the consequences of that are, do they say?
They say that this, in concert with our extraction of the synovial fluid of the planet, which is petroleum, imbalances the plates, and because there are natural forces that contribute to earthquake and volcano anyhow, we are precipitating more disastrous and more frequent occurrences because of these combinations of ingredients. And the damming of water is contributing to that.
All right. Hold it right there. So in other words, the very energy that we need to exist, 6 billion of us and going fast, is what will do us in. Okay. You are obviously listening to one of the most impassioned, interesting renditions of the Billy Meyer material ever on the radio, as far as I'm concerned, and I've been on the radio for a while. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Michael Horn, and he'll be right back. All right, the devil winds have begun to blow in the desert in the last hour or so. Winds are now clocking at 30, headed toward 40 miles an hour. As I speak to you, we're really getting blown around here in the desert, so it should make for an interesting night, I would say. Once again, here is my guest, Michael Horn. Michael?
Hi, Art. I wanted to just say something because right before the break, it sounded like a big downer that, if we were going to dismantle these plants, power plants.
Well, I'm trying to envision, you see, I'm looking at this politically. If we stop drawing oil from the ground, if we dismantle the hydroelectric plants and take down the dams and let everything revert to the way it was, guess what? We're going to revert to the way it was as well, because without all of that, the lights don't shine, the computers don't compute, and, it's just, I don't see a way out of that one.
Do any of us really doubt that if tomorrow suddenly the last drop of oil was being extracted, that the big power companies wouldn't have put all of their
together?
Yeah, I mean, they'd find some way. And what these people are apparently saying to Meyer is, because we're going to get now into the meat of the matter for you in terms of what's called Contact 251, where the prophecies for these times.
That's what I want.
And they do, see, we have a choice. Prophecies are things that point ways, and some things can happen. If we decide that we want to go in another direction, we as a collective consciousness can do it. But by the way, the last thing they said is we do have to eliminate all nuclear power stations. They are toxic. We do not have the technology to deal with it safely, and that was the fifth of those. But let's move on to what you want, which is now dealing with kind of the from here on in a way.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is give you there are 13 pages of this in the book, And Yet They Fly, in detail. And this was taken down by Billy, or actually presented by Billy on February 3rd, 1995. He created this and showed it to the Plejarians, who basically signed off on it. Now, it had been on the internet for a couple years. I downloaded it. I have the date still on my page, 11/20/98. I downloaded it. Now, the reason that's important is I want to read you something here. And some of the words in German, they are still in the translations. They're occasionally choosing one word over another, and the next book should have, all the super refined choices. But here it is.
Sure.
From February 3rd, 1995, here's the beginning of a prophecy or a prediction. It turned out, I think, to be a prediction. And I quote, "Expect a strike involving the USA and its president, which will stun the entire world. Uprisings, revolutions, wars will escalate tremendously with Islamic fundamentalism, mesmerizing the entire globe, playing a very sad part in the scenario. 1995. Expect a strike."
Wow. All right.
Okay, so somebody's got a glimpse into the future. But let's this is a mix and match prophecy. Some of the things that Meyer spoke about were the benefits of genetic engineering and modification.
Mm-hmm.
That any science has its positive and negative applications. They have encouraged us to not protest genetic engineering for the sake of its science, but rather to monitor and sit tight in watching which direction it takes so that we can make sure that that technology goes to our benefit. Mm-hmm. There will be something that they have emphasized, and even in previous material, there will be the discovery and the rectification of what they call the aging gene, also known by them as the original sin.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, I'll just fill you in a little on this again. People can read more about this, but here's somewhat the heart of the matter. When you spoke about that tooth, I haven't forgotten that tooth of yours from the last show, last hours before me. They said when humanity understands its true origins and understands what has been done to it by its distant forefathers, the genetic engineering that limited the lifespan to approximately 100 years. Now we're talking about, what would you say, creator gods, for want of a better term, and these were always humans. In the star system of Sirius, now just go into a little bit of this, and if you if you want to stop me just to go back, I won't miss out on these prophecies. I got them right in front of me. I'll give them to you. But what they wanted to tell us was this, that farther back than we could even imagine, several tens of millions of years ago, humans had already developed in other parts of the universe, in the constellation of Lyra or Lyra, in the Vega system, and some had migrated into the system of Sirius, the star system of Sirius. They had become extremely advanced and highly spiritual in many ways, technologically advanced, but what they did to themselves was to engineer out of themselves the aggression and the barbarism that they found offensive in their pursuit of spirituality. They degenerated themselves to the positive, is the way the Plejarians put it. They then became susceptible to attack from other already space-traveling races who had not made this alteration of themselves and were all too happy to come in for the picking, so to speak. These beings in Sirius then created another human race, genetically engineered, and implanted and generated and promoted the barbarism, the fighting instincts that they had minimized inside themselves. They were masters of the laws of science. They created these people to be warriors for them and deliberately set this lifespan at about 100 years so that they could not being very long-lived themselves, they could not be threatened to be overthrown. At a point in this history, which is, here we back to the speculation in Star Wars, but what is said is that they then determined that these beings, millions of them, had served their purpose and they were to be destroyed. Certain members of their own highly evolved minions, if you will, took masses of these people in huge ships and fled from the Sirius system because ethically and morally they objected to this. And this was the beginning of what has been handed down to us in holy books and spoken word legend, and I mean, we could do a show on this. It is an immense thing, and I believe we will find more and more of the evidence. Now, Meyer has said, more than likely, by now, by this date, scientists have actually either recognized, but have certainly stumbled upon the aging gene. There will be a series of developments where the lifespan will be bumping up in increments. The next increment they put at about 145 years. From then it will go up, because in order for us to become truly a space-traveling race, we will have to regain these biblical, seemingly mythical lifespans.
900 years.
And it is within us.
And it is in the original sin gene.
Well, the original sin was the alteration, the limiting on the lifespan. Now, we will, in the process of this, and you're going to have Richard Hogan on, we will make discoveries of previous human habitation of Mars. The structures and the artifacts that we see from Earth are only literally the surface of the tip.
Boy, it sure looks headed that way. We've got new news on Mars tonight. Richard will be here to update it tomorrow night. It's true. Water, water, water everywhere on Mars.
It was one of 3 inhabited planets of humans. There is again material, and yet they fly, that describes this, that tells there is a history here to who and what we are, which is why we're pushing forward in this Contact 251, because it gets heavy.
It does really make sense that Mars had life. It just makes sense more and more as we discover more and more.
Well, there's going to be, in our evolution, there's a couple things coming our way. There will be, now again, Meyer wrote about this in detail in 95, about, chip implantations, nerves being hooked up directly to various biochips, human species being put into android robotic forms, half human, half machines, human and pig DNA experiments. He wrote about this before it took place, because he said
When did he write about that?
This was 95. And not only that, where it leads in terms of a hybrid warrior, part pig, human, that will be bred. These are some of the wild things, that sounds like science fiction, but here's where it gets, there's 2 things that are looming. One is seemingly unavoidable, and that is a deep impact scenario that they have described, and they've given a location. They will not give the date of it. It doesn't seem like it's immediately imminent, but they've said we do have to construct a defense system against asteroids and incoming bodies. They described how the actual continent of Atlantis was destroyed by a deliberately engineered asteroid chunk, and this is something else where I found evidence that they're probably right about that. And then I heard a lecture by David Adair, and many things have fallen into place. But I'm trying to move along here because I know you want this. So that's something we have to look out for, according to them. Now, here's where it gets into the heavies about war. And this is the type of thing that will probably, it's going to irritate people, but this is in there. And Meyer's a guy who has put up with almost 20 assassination attempts. The least I can do is read the material.
Sure.
There are signals of a looming Third World War that they say we must heed, and some of them will be clear, some of them we may even be perceiving. There will be a hoarding of weapons, a stockpiling of weapons worldwide, and this will all come after there had been difficult economic times that are being rectified. There will be a new and very extremely destructive weapon that would be built and that would play a part in this war. But here, one of the signposts they talk about, the death of 4 heads of state who will die within 7 days from each other. Now, within 2 years of those events, a world war would erupt. If we have not forestalled, if we have not changed the course, and we're not through with how this plays out, the war would begin with conventional weaponry, and then it would go nuclear, chemical, and biological. Now, at this point, I will insert something because anybody that goes and looks at James Deardorff's site will find a document there that Meyer was a co-discoverer of in 1963 in Jerusalem. It was translated in part by 1970. In it, I will just tell you, from 2,000 years ago, a war fought with nuclear, chemical, biological weapons is described not allegorically, but literally. I'll jump away from that and let you think about it. They talk about this war starting in November of a specific year after 5 years of intensive effort are spent to reach the goal. It preceded by all these years of, unspecified preparations and armament and what have you.
Does it specify where this war begins?
Well, I don't think exactly, although in a previous prediction from Meyer, I believe from 78, he talks about a chain of events that NATO and the UN will be powerless to stop. It will erupt out of a conventional war, 1 + 1 + 1, and then there's a nuclear war. Now, what they're saying here is that this war, should it break out, should we not collectively wake up and say, let's do something else, it's going to go on for 3 years and 11 months and then end in October of the 4th year.
I think that Americans don't understand how close to nuclear war we've been. CNN was running some very interesting quotes from just now released Nixon tapes earlier in the day. And Nixon was absolutely ready to nuke North Vietnam.
Yeah.
Blow those bastards right off the face of the earth.
And of all people, who stopped him?
Kissinger.
Wasn't that weird?
Kissinger stopped him. And then, of course, there was Cuba. People do not understand how close we've come. Of course, big concern there, not escalating the Vietnam War with crazy Johnson.
Yes.
That bastard, was to limit the war and to not invite Russia. In other words, not to spark a global conflict. And so we were only allowed to do certain things, got a hell of a lot of people killed. Anyway, that's a whole other story. But the truth is, Nixon wanted to nuke North Vietnam.
That would have been, there it would have gone.
There it would have gone, maybe.
Well, they continue on about this war because they're quite specific about consequences of it, that it would last for as long as it would. They said the northern hemisphere will be largely destroyed by nuclear fires and radioactive, radiation. It would annihilate virtually the entire animal and plant world as well. But
that would be us, folks.
That would be us.
Northern hemisphere.
That would be us. And I think if we, I don't want to sensationalize this. I'm a reporter. This is what's in there. We can argue with
that's fine. You just tell me what's in there.
Here's the rest of it. It will be another 11 years of poverty, starvation, nuclear radiation, crippling mutations. People who would even survive this would be contaminated and burned. There would be skin diseases and you know what, from biological warfare. It would be vicious human freaks would be coming out of this. It would be a horror. And we can stop that. Now, I'll move it right to a couple points. There's another warning sign. And if this occurs, it is virtually irrevocable. Then we have gone too far.
And we've gone too far.
And that is, if Vesuvius erupts, and a lot of people say, Vesuvius, Rome will be destroyed by that. And people have argued with this prophecy because they think that Vesuvius is, not close enough. But the belly of that volcano goes way down, and if Vesuvius erupts, that will destroy the Vatican and Rome. And
I don't doubt it for a second. I stood at the base of Vesuvius and looked at it, and if it really let go, what you say is, well...
it would go. But what they're saying is that this is, because we are cosmically and organically...
What I don't understand is how that ties into human action or miscreant action with regard to nuclear weapons.
This is my understanding, and again, we all have to just figure this out for ourselves.
Listen, we're at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to have to continue with this. All right, good. Hold on. My guest is Michael Horn. This is Coast to Coast AM, and so it comes. Gusts of up over 40 miles an hour now in the high desert at this hour. Deep into the Billy Meyer case, very deep into the Billy Meyer case with Michael Horn. More in a moment. Would you like to feel 10 years younger in 10 weeks? Now there's proof. The effects of aging can be slowed down and even reversed with HGH, human growth hormone. For some time now, you've heard me talk about the incredible age-reversing benefits of HGH. Well, according to thousands of articles, higher HGH levels can help you look and feel younger. That's why I take Ultimate HGH, a natural formula to help boost my body's own production of HGH. If your goal is to help improve energy, stamina, lose unwanted fat, diminish wrinkles, enhance memory, immune function, and vision, then Ultimate HGH is for you, too. Why let Mother Nature get the best of you? Call today and order Ultimate HGH. And when you order 2 bottles of Ultimate HGH, you get the third absolutely free, about $33 a month. Now, that's a tremendous savings off the typical $100 a month for comparable products. Plus, with your order, you'll receive a free book on HGH, a $20 value, absolutely free. So, call my good friends at Great American Products and order Ultimate HGH today at 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. 1-800-557-4627. Have you ever suffered from back pain, shoulder pain, joint aches, or arthritis? Well, I'm here to tell you about an amazing product that will relieve your pain in just 5 minutes. That's right, guaranteed pain relief in 5 minutes. The product is called Super Blue Stuff, and I'm thrilled to introduce them as a new sponsor of my show. Super Blue Stuff is all natural, made of whole leaf aloe vera, herbs, MSM, and EMU oil. This EMU oil has been used by the Aborigines for thousands of years in treating muscle aches and pains. It's got great healing and penetrating properties. Just rub it on the area in pain. You'll feel it work almost immediately. And with your order, these good folks at Blue Stuff will send you enough free samples to give to 5 of your friends. To try Blue Stuff now, call 1-888-876-BLUE. That's 888-876-BLUE. You can also visit the website at bluestuff.com. Blue Stuff for guaranteed pain relief in 5 minutes. Call today, 888-876-BLUE. That's toll-free, 888-876-BLUE. Back now to Michael Horn, and we may or may not get calls. The information is coming so fast and heavy that I hate to interrupt the flow. Michael, go ahead.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Well,
Okay, I guess it
depends on how you take the information, I
Well,
guess.
you know, we've come a long way. We started off with scientific information, spaceship sounds, a one-armed farmer in Switzerland, and now we're talking about marching through some very hopeful things, but also some dreadful possibilities.
Right.
It doesn't take an extraterrestrial to say some of the things that have been said here, but I will give you the most recent things that have come as of this year from Meyer, and obviously with the blessings of the Pleiadians or Pleiadians, for what it's worth. And just a couple quotes, and this will probably irritate people as well, but this is the way it is. Here's the first quote was, "War, assassination, hate, revenge, retaliation, and other acts of terror are never a means and way to fight the same with the same. And injustice, murder, and manslaughter, as well as massacre and other inhuman atrocities to atone or to create justice and peace. Because to retaliate terror with terror means new war and hatred, new assassination and retaliation, as well as new revenge and other new terror."
You could take that, I suppose, and apply it to our present situation, right?
Well, the next quote sort of leads to say, "In actual fact, the so-called American retaliatory measures against the Afghanis are merely a campaign of revenge and an act of counter-terror whereby predominantly the innocent population suffers heavy casualties, but not the terrorists against whom this campaign is supposedly waged. In fact, the question arises, if this war, which indeed it is not rather an execution of a long-planned military campaign against Islam and a means to an end to secure the access to the vast resources of oil, mineral gas, and other resources of Central Asia."
Speaking of assassination attempts, there were supposedly, how many, 16 against Billy Meyer?
18.
18 assassination attempts. Do we know anything about the origin of them, or...
I have spoken with 2 people who have witnessed a total of 7 of them. Wendell Stevens sat with Meyer on the front porch during one of his interviews when Meyer's head suddenly jerked to the side. they heard a sound, I guess coinciding. They got up, and there was a rifle bullet embedded in the wall of the residence where Meyer's head had been. Meyer could not obviously have voluntarily moved his head out of the way. A man that I did some work with on the farm there, who was kind of the main groundsman, if you will, he was with Billy on 5 separate attempts. So there are people that don't particularly like what he has to say or what he's doing, and it apparently comes with the territory. So if you want to say that he's a kind of a prophet or a message carrier, there's nothing glamorous about it, because you end up getting shot at. And that's why I want to just make it clear, I'm a reporter. This is what's in the material. Now, there's one other thing, if I may. And I mentioned before that a document was discovered in 1963 and was translated by 1970 into German, then subsequently into English. It's been published. And there is one passage that I do want to read to you. And it says this. This is 2,000 years old. The structure of the earth, sky, and air will be disturbed, and the land will burn because of the black oil of the earth, ignited by people's craving for power, and the sky will darken because of smoke and fire, which will rage for 1,000 days. Prior to that, that same author said, they will build machines made from metal for use in the air, on the water, and on land to kill off one another. They will throw heavy projectiles out of these machines made of metal across the land and the cities, and fire will come out of these and burn the world so that not much will be spared. They will put the cornerstones of life and deadly air into the projectiles to kindle the deadly fire and destroy land and life. If at that, and it goes on. So that's 2,000 years old. It was written by one of the contactees of the Pleiadian Plejarans 2,000 years ago. It's all in the for what's it's worth department, and that's some of it. If people want to do the research, if they want to look into this, contemplate, dismiss, what have you.
Well, yeah, these are very dire predictions. Now, having laid the kind of foundation you did, you must be personally very concerned with the rather immediate future, eh?
Yeah, it's sure, because a person feels at times helpless when you see the world going the way it does. You want to make your contribution, and you want to alert people. You want to gather people together. You want to think things through. And it's just a difficult thing for all of us, because we are so used to media, we are so used to movies and make-believe. We're not in make-believe anymore. I don't think we've gotten it. And this is very blunt stuff. I've just touched the tip of the iceberg about what they're saying to us now. And they're saying we're paving here's the last quote I'll give you. All of this can happen just because one single insane person, a human being without reason, mind, and responsibility, craves to satisfy his power, or operates with confused political or erroneous religious thoughts, feelings, and desires, etc.
Well, the world has seen that before.
And
maybe not with that ultimate result, but certainly lots of attempts.
Well, frankly, I'm not in love with doom and gloom. I'm fascinated. When I first picked up this stuff in '79, I was fascinated with the fact that there were evolved humans living somewhere. And the book talks about how they live, what they do. You can get a more comprehensive picture than I'm laying out, because we're focusing on some of the real meat of the matter, because this is what we've been given. If you read there's 13 pages of this. You read that, and if you can say, gee, that's funny, that just happened, or it looks like this is going to happen, we all will either hear the wake-up call or we won't, and nobody's going to come and say, hey, we're going to rescue you from your ignorance.
I guess that just leaves us cold, doesn't it? In other words, in order to avert everything you just talked about, it would require steps that mankind will not take. It would require reducing the population to less than a sixth of what it is presently. It would require undamming the dams that we have, stopping the oil drilling, revising the way we all live. It would require steps that
in every practical way, I can't even imagine us beginning to take. Can you?
I think it actually might require something else, and that is, for some reason or other, you allowed and invited me to come on and talk about this, not quite knowing where it would go. And you have
never know where shows are going to go.
You know, I mean, clearly, you know, I was hesitant about going all the way with this, but this is what it is, and this man has stood up, you know, to a lot of different types of onslaughts to bring this forward. Now, maybe he's just crazy and he's manufactured it all, and maybe he hasn't. But here's what I think about the moment now. You have allowed this to go out over the airwaves to, I don't know how many listeners you have, a couple million for all I know. And if people will just think and start thinking, how do we change our own individual relationship to the world? We don't have to tomorrow undam all the waters and flood the land. But if we will start in our own way, questioning and asking, if we will even look at what we're doing as a nation, what this war is going to lead to, it's been laid out. This will not put an end to terrorism. It's creating more terror. But it's inevitable because we don't have the self-control to pull ourselves
Yeah, but
in.
you know something? I've got to be honest with you here.
I understand.
These bastards took down our two tallest buildings in New York City.
Yes.
Maybe I'm a marionette on a string, cosmically or something. But there's no way that we cannot go and kill these people. And I don't know how much more basically I can put it. We have to kill these people. Now that's war, in the true sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Killing and breaking things. Well, they broke things and killed people, and we have to respond. And there's no way I can see that we cannot. There's no way. Personally, I speak for myself
Sure.
now.
Self-defense is a spiritual responsibility. Being victimized is a crime against oneself. It could be argued, and you know, I'm sure this is discussed in many formats, the people that did that act are dead. We may say we know for certain that those guys running around in Afghanistan, you know, throwing their primitive weapons against our special forces are...
The individuals who did it are dead,
That's right.
but those who planned it and sent those individuals may or may not be, for the most part, dead.
That's true, and as that quote said, we know only that we're inflicting terrible damage on many innocents without any guarantee that if those indeed are the people that perpetrated and planned that act and sent perpetrators to do it. So,
our only defense, in my opinion, is that our military, our CIA, those who are pursuing the people who did this, are making their best attempt to kill those who actually did this and their supporters in a selective way. When you take two airliners and crash it into two giant buildings, you're not trying to be selective. You're just trying to kill as many as you can. That is not our intent in the way we're waging our war. We're going after, as selectively as we're able with the technology that we have, the people who did this.
Well,
you know, I'm sure that
ultimately we're going to find out if we're reasoning this out properly. It's a very difficult question, but in the For What It's Worth department, we have people that oppose or that stand behind terrestrially what we do, what people do. We've come to this point in this particular source of information, and it resolves itself, if it does indeed, with some of these points of view. I can't tell you just because it comes from the Pleiadians or Billy Meyer that makes it right or true, and we should just drop everything and embrace that. As a matter of fact, that would be wrong. But we've got to think. And if the best we can do is to think of destroying people and going and attacking and killing thousands or millions of people and potentially doing what they're telling us we're doing, that is paving the way to the Third World War, then we will find out either that our actions were right and profited us and put an end to terrorism, or they may have contributed to putting an end to civilization. We're all in the same boat on this one, Art.
You know what? I understood at the time that we began this war in Afghanistan, the time we went after them, I told the audience that we're throwing the war dice. And when you do that, you really don't know what's going to come up. And I stand by that, and I feel that still today, and that we're far from having this solved. A lot of people are beginning to relax and say, you know, we got them. Well, we haven't got them yet. And it may well be that we are going to experience some future real terror in this country, it may not be over at all, and everybody has to imagine that might be the case, and I think most people do. So, yeah, when you roll the dice, you can come up with craps. But if, on the other hand, the animal instinctual deep part of me says, if this is done to you and to your country and you don't respond, then maybe you no longer deserve to stand any longer. And that is stronger than my fear of where this might lead.
We all have to individually and collectively wrestle with this one.
Yep.
Can I share a quick personal thing that happened to me? I'll just make it as brief as I can.
Sure.
It occurred to me a bare few weeks after September 11th. I'd gone to a restaurant that had a buffet. I was hungry, and I got in there, and I went back for seconds, and there was a man and woman kind of in front of me. It was an Indian restaurant. He was a Middle Eastern man, by appearance, shaved head, stocky. And I kind of was trying to reach around to get something, and he looked at me and gave me a dirty look and then started commenting on how rude I was.
Oh.
And before I knew it, he was facing off to me, saying he wanted to take me outside and beat the heck out of me about my trying to reach around and get this piece of chicken, and his girlfriend was all irritated. And I just kind of looked at him, and I went and I sat down, and I thought, well, I guess we could go outside and have a fight, but I'd like to finish eating first. And he's glowering at me from a table, and then I thought, now, wait a minute. We've just seen our country attacked and people destroyed before our very eyes. And I had this crazy idea, and I got up from my table, and I walked over to him, and I held my hands out like, empty-handed, that gesture that I'm harmless.
Yes.
Walked over to his table, I said, and just as I was about to talk to him, a guy got up next to him from another table to leave, who was a bodybuilder, one of these big guys with all this plumbing.
Yep.
And I said, hey, wait a minute, buddy. Would you have said the same things you said to me, because I'm a man of small stature, if that guy was there? And he said to me, you bet I would, because you were rude. You were discourteous. I'm a courteous person. I was raised better than that. And I said, wait a minute. You mean I offended you and I was rude to you? And he said, yes. And I said, well, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't get it. But you know what? I think I can see your point of view. The guy leaps out of his chair, throws his arms around me as if I'm his long-lost brother. And the next thing I know, we're sitting there. He's buying me tea. I bought him lunch. Now, I'm not telling you that you can solve the problems of terrorism, but I've got these impulses in me. I was ready to go outside and go to blows with this guy. He was ready to go to blows with me over something. And then
let's try another tact here then. Let's suppose for a second that you were a New Yorker.
Right.
Okay. And that your sister and your mother were in the World Trade Center when it came down.
Right.
And that you were in a restaurant with somebody chuckling that they had something to do with taking those buildings down.
Mm-hmm.
You think you'd have ended up with his arms around you?
No.
Probably not.
No, probably not, indeed. But I don't know where we could take that to, well, what would we have done to each other and all this stuff. But this is the thing. You said it, there's this animal instinct in us. There's this thing that roars up and wants vengeance. I did not understand enough about that until I started to train in martial arts and got over certain fears that wanted me to get involved with fighting with people. This is not the solution to, all of this in the big sense, but in the small sense, I have to come to terms with me and you with you, and we have to figure better ways. I don't want to be attacked, and I don't want people to be harmed either, and I think we have to defend ourselves. We have to find out what that really means, and we're on this adventure. We're going to find out. I simply hope that what's in this case, because we've come to this intensely heavy moment in the discussion, I hope there'll be stuff in here, even above and beyond, that's deep within here, that people can nourish themselves on, question, criticize, accept, or reject, that will at least cause us to think and strive to not incinerate ourselves.
All right, well, I'm all for that. The book is called And Yet They Fly, and you want to promote that. And what else do you want to promote? Do you have tapes or do you have anything else?
Well, I mean, my personal life is a different thing. These are spiritual elders, perhaps, the extraterrestrials. I have my own career. I teach movement to senior citizens. I work with elder people every day.
Right.
You've been gracious enough to list my website. I didn't come on for that. I appreciate it. And if anybody wants to look at that, I'm delighted. I want to support Guido Musbrugger, and he doesn't speak English, or he'd probably be doing the interview. The publishers are kind enough to allow me.
So you were the one sent forth by the publishers?
And I want to do it, and I'm going to be in Laughlin at that International UFO Congress. I'm going to be speaking at MUFON in Los Angeles. There are links on our sites that give those dates.
I have a feeling you're going to be a very popular speaker. All right. People can... Is this book on Amazon? Does the link take people over to Amazon?
I believe it is available on Amazon, yes. We hope they'll go right to our site because we can fulfill the orders right away, and that's what the publishers, would love to do. However, let them get it any way they can if they want it.
Believe me, publishers are real open about that. They don't care how they sell it.
No, they... well, surely...
But so people can get it from your site, or they can probably go to Amazon or, several...
They'll probably get it quicker from the publishers because they're sitting there with boxes of them and they want to ship them out. I guess that's the truth of the matter.
Amazing book, and a lot of really well-detailed, high-quality images in the book, too. They didn't spare...
They didn't skimp.
Yeah, they really didn't skimp. I mean, a lot of books you can never get anywhere close to these kind of color images.
One last thing you should know, on Meyer's website, they have a video that was done in 1981. If anybody doubts that Meyer is taking pictures of real spaceships, this will do it for him. So I just say they can get there through andyettheyfly.com. Come on down. We're dealing here. I don't know. It's 2 in the morning on the West Coast, and you've been gracious to host my conversation with you.
Well, Michael, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the program, and I would love to have you back again. Perhaps after you do your speaking circuit, we'll get you back on the air. How about that? Because it sounds like we barely scratched the surface.
True.
All right, take care, Michael.
Thank you, Art.
Right, that's Michael Horn. And that is, without a doubt, the best show that I think I've ever done on the Meyer case. Actually, I didn't do it. I just hosted it. Michael Horn did it, so he goes down as the best spokesman for Meyer that I've ever had on, I think. Very controversial material. If it has caused you to want to research more, go to my website. Go to the name Michael Horn under tonight's program, or if it passes into yesterday's program, and begin your search. For now, from the windy high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
This indeed is Sunday evening, and Dreamland underway once again. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here on a Sunday evening. As you know, one of my favorite areas of investigation, without question. A little bit of a difference this evening. Linda Moulton Howe is not with us. Actually, we have no idea where she is. Not in touch. So, in a moment, we'll be going to our main topic with John Ronner way back in Tennessee. And we're going to be talking about angels. Angels are absolutely all the rage, and a remarkable number of people, almost 70% of the American public, believe in angels. Isn't that a shocking stat? Actually, it's, I believe, 69% believe in angels. And in a moment, John Ronner, he knows, he's written about angels. All right, about John Ronner. John has been writing for publication since age 15, when an article of his appeared in the National Astronomy magazine. After receiving his journalism degree in 1973, John worked as a reporter and an editor for newspapers in Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, covering primarily the police and court beats. He repeatedly won awards for his news writing from the Associated Press and other news organizations. John has written several books on the subject of angels. I believe his first was, Do You Have a Guardian Angel? His latest is The Angels of Cokeville. And there have been more and more and more reported encounters across our nation with angels. So let's go find out about it. Here from, I believe, Tennessee. No, wait a minute. Let me put him over here. Here from Tennessee is John Ronner. John, are you there?
I sure am, Art.
Wonderful. You are in Tennessee, aren't you?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay.
Right in the middle of it, near Nashville.
It's been, what, John, about a year since we've had you on the program?
Oh, I think it was about a year ago in April,
yes. It's almost hard to know where to start, but I guess we could start with the survey. When was that survey taken, John, the one that showed almost 70% of America believes in angels?
That was taken in December of '93. Time magazine, as some of the listeners may remember, did a cover story back in December of '93 on the phenomenon of angels. The country was just beginning to wake up to the significance of the subject. We still had most of the major television network specials lying in the future at that point, but people were beginning to realize that this was a topic worth looking at. In that particular survey, the 69% raised a lot of eyebrows that large a slice of the population believed in the existence of angels. But also in that survey, 46% of the respondents, and this was a scientific poll, of course, that could be extrapolated out to the whole population, 46%, almost half, felt that they had a personal spiritual guardian. So you're talking about, well, my goodness, I mean, 40% of the American population, we got 260 million people in this country, so that's over 100 million there. And just over 30% felt that they had interactions with this guardian spirit, whatever it was. Now,
in other words, a close encounter with an angel of the third kind.
Yeah, and of course, unfortunately, the poll didn't go into detail as to what kind of encounter that was, but other polls have, and they range from seeing a luminous being, you might think of that as the angel in its native glory appearing, hearing a voice coming out of thin air, warning you at an important moment to do something, or just comforting you, having an overpowering hunch to do something that seems against all logic at the moment, but later is the right thing to do, physical intervention, hearing celestial music, incredible coincidences that some people feel were made in heaven. There's an entire category of stories in which people feel that angels disguise themselves as mortals in order to intervene, and the list goes on and on. So we don't know exactly how that breaks down from that poll, but other polls give us a clue. There's a lot going on.
Why don't we begin with what is going to be a very hard question, but very important.
All right.
What's an angel?
Well, actually, there is a strict definition that comes down to us from the medieval philosophers, and of course, this was their opinion. The philosophers felt that an angel is a superior spiritual being, and I guess for best results, we probably should just break that down. Superior, we're talking about something above us on the evolutionary scale. Of course, in medieval philosophy, evolution was not a concept yet, so to them it would be something, they would probably have said higher in the cosmic order.
Okay, so I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. This is not a former human spirit.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up because there's a lot of confusion about that. In the strict definition, you're talking about a non-human superior being, a higher order of being, and you're talking about something in spirit form, not flesh. So, as I said, there is a case in which people feel that angels sometimes temporarily take on human form, disguise themselves as mortals in order to intervene, but that's a special case category.
Huh.
So, according to the strict definition, an angel is a superior spiritual being. However, the term angel, when you get out there in the real world and start asking people about their guardian angel, quote unquote, they'll come back with a lot of different types of experiences, and experiences with dead loved ones often get lumped into this angel encounter subject matter, so that they may say, "Hey, John, let me tell you about my guardian angel," and I start listening to the story. And it turns out they're talking about a departed loved one that is looking after them, they feel. But although strictly speaking, that's not an angel, if you want to approach it loosely, you could say that might be a de facto guardian angel, if not a de jure guardian angel, not one according to the strict definition.
Here's something that might interest you. I, of course, interview a number of people, experts in the field of UFOs and so forth and so on. And a couple of them that I've interviewed recently, John, have suddenly, inexplicably, begun to talk about angels.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder if there's beginning to be a crossover in the field.
Well, there's always been kind of a linkage there. I often get asked about that. Some parapsychological observers, I guess for want of a better term, have constructed the term EHE, exceptional human experience, as kind of a blanket term to cover all sorts of paranormal experiences, everything from angel encounters to UFO contactee cases and so on. I think what they're trying to get at is that the spiritual reality that is larger than our physical world encompasses a lot of possibilities out there, and as you said at the beginning of your program, it's not always easy to wrap all this stuff up into neat little packages. Sometimes there's a crossover.
Well, what about the perception of the person having the experience? In other words, if we have a fairly heavily religious person who has an experience with an entity, are they not likely to, in their own mind, say, this is angelic or this is from God?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, obviously, versus somebody, maybe even a UFO buff, who will see something and say, aha, an E.T.
It's perfectly human to frame experience in one's own frame of reference. I mean, in the near-death experience, for example, religious figures are often viewed, and especially when the being of light, this superior spiritual being that is very much angel-like, it's overwhelmingly loving, profoundly wise. It can appear at the time of, say, a life review, where you see every tiny action of your life played out in front of you for purposes of moral or spiritual evaluation. And a person may come back having experienced this awesome being of light as a superior spiritual being, and they may put labels on it according to their own beliefs. They may say, well, I saw Jesus, I saw God. Or they may just say, I saw an angel. If they're a secular person, they may say, I saw a being of light. Hindus who have had near-death experiences have often reported that they saw Yama, the judge of the dead, and so on. So the labels may vary. But the thing that's interesting is, at least with the appearance of the luminous being that as a component of the near-death experience, they very often report, they seem to be describing the same thing, which is kind of intriguing.
Intriguing and comforting, in a way.
Yeah, well, you know,
everybody's searching for some sort of proof that there is a life that extends beyond this one. And by the way, in all the studies you've done, John, how sure are you that there is a life after this one?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say this. Personally, I'm convinced of it. I don't want to sound like a true believer. I don't want to sound like an ideologue, because I'm none of those things. In fact, I'm opposed to being that sort of thing. I'm not a fundamentalist in any stretch of by any stretch of the imagination, whether in the religious or the non-religious realms. But I personally, yes, am convinced. I've seen enough to satisfy myself. I would agree with the skeptics out there that there is no scientific proof that a spiritual realm exists, in the sense that we've shown it beyond a reasonable doubt, as the lawyers like to say. But I would feel that, again, to use a legal term, there is a preponderance of the evidence in favor of a spiritual realm, and that anyone who takes a little bit of time to investigate it on his own will, I think, come to the same conclusion. What we have out there is not proof, but circumstantial evidence. And, you know, there's a difference between proof and evidence. In other words, we don't have a smoking gun. No proof.
All right, if I were to ask you
telltale signs.
Right, if I were to ask you for a guess and say, John, do you think if proof ever comes, it will come in the scientific area, or it will come from an exploration of our own mind, in other words, some turn inward? Or we just may simply never, ever prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, that's possible. I think that if proof comes, it could come either way, and there are indications that it is coming both ways. I mean, there are developments in science itself that are seriously undermining the materialist philosophy, the idea that the physical is all there is. And by the way, I call it a philosophy. I didn't call it a science.
Yes, sir.
This idea that the physical is all there is, the skeptics often get that confused with science. It has nothing to do with science. It's sort of a religion that has attached itself to science over the last 2 centuries. What I'm referring to when I say scientific developments, I'm talking about things like quantum physics, that branch of physics that deals with dimensions smaller than the atoms. It's shown us that the external universe out there needs our consciousness to be real. Those subatomic particles are not discrete little BBs that are independent of us. If a scientist doesn't observe them, they literally have no existence. And while this may seem strange and bizarre to somebody not familiar with this, there's no dispute about it among physicists. We have to look at them in order for them to be real. And depending on how we look at them, they can change their nature. If we look at a photon, if a scientist conducts a certain type of observational experiment on a photon, looks at it one way, to put it in plain English, it will act like a little particle. Einstein did that at the early part of the century.
Right.
If another scientist looks at it a completely different way, it'll act like a light wave. And if it's not looked at, it has no existence in and of itself. This is quite shocking. And Niels Bohr, the great mind in physics in the 20th century, he had this in mind when he said that anyone who is not shocked by what quantum physics has to say about the world has not understood it. And this one little development here has shaken materialism at its root. And you've got the Gaia hypothesis, which indicates that some sort of planetary intelligence may be in effect guiding and causing the systems of the Earth to interact with one another to maintain conditions suitable for life. You've got the anthropic principle coming out of astrophysics, which suggests that we appear to be living in a designer universe suitable for human life against incredible odds. And any one of these things we can go into later if there's more time.
Oh, there's time.
All right, fine.
Radio has a luxury of time. Let me hold you right there for just a moment, take care of a little bit of business. My guest is John Ronner, and John will be back in just a moment. North and back now to John Ronner. John. John, I'm not sure how to approach this. There is something that I call the quickening. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not. I've been doing talk radio for about 10 years now.
Have you?
And I have never, this show, as a matter of fact, for 10 years.
Oh, really?
Broadcasting for more like 30. But in the last 2 or 3 years, I've begun to notice what I call a quickening of events. More earthquakes, more bad weather, more wars in scattered places, more of just about everything you can name, political events, social upheaval, all of it. Everything that's going on seems to be accelerating. And so I just call it the quickening. It's just, a word. But I wonder if it might fit into those who would somehow or another end up helping us.
End up what?
Helping us.
Helping us.
Angels.
Yeah. I think, what came to my mind when you were talking about that was the fact that I think that our world is in flux, and we clearly see signs of that. I think even the materialists would concede that. You've got a technological revolution. We've gone from Kitty Hawk to Voyager in about 70 or 80 years.
Exactly.
To me, humankind is in a stormy adolescence right now. We've had a long childhood stretching out for thousands, even you might argue hundreds of thousands of years. We're in a stormy adolescence, and I think we're headed toward a more mellow adulthood shortly. And we shouldn't be too discouraged by the. I think Shakti Gawain pointed out that you can look at all this turbulence one way. You can be distressed by it and say, oh, this is terrible. The world's going to hell in a handbasket, and that's the usual way that people look at it.
Sure.
Or you can take the positive look and say that, well, we're kind of working out our problems, and you don't do that without a little bit of dislocation. As far as angels, the way to relate angels to this, I would say that one of the ways that our society is in tremendous flux is that materialism as a philosophy, this idea that physical is all there is rapidly fading as the major, the dominant belief of the intellectual elite of our culture. They're rapidly shedding this for reasons we just went into in the last segment. A lot of people are coming around to the idea that, well, just take a look at the climate today.
Couldn't it also, John, have a lot to do with the graying of America now? As you get older, you tend to realize your own mortality more, and so you think about it more. And
I think there's a tendency for most of us who develop normally to become more spiritual as we get older. The process is called maturing. I think this is happening in the culture at large. I think the intellectual elite is changing its mind about the basic nature of reality, and I think you see signs of this change of mind. You see it in the media, for example. Last year, we had a whole raft of specials on angel encounters in which the spiritual and the metaphysical is given the best. I would say that the spiritual and metaphysical subjects are getting the best press today than they ever have in my lifetime, and I have a clear memory going back to the early 60s. And I can remember in the 60s as a teenager sitting on the front porch of my duplex in Alabama, reading the newspapers or whatever. If anybody dared to express a metaphysical experience, heaven help them, because they were immediately surrounded by they were immediately followed in the print report or the broadcast by an expert saying they had seen the planet Venus or the.
Oh, John, I could tell you so many stories. John, we're at the bottom of the hour. Hold on, we'll be right back to you. Believe me, doing a standard 5-hour per night talk show on regular subjects during the week and then doing this on the weekend gives everybody in the world an opportunity to take a cheap shot at me. I'm used to it. We'll be right back. Well, now again, here I am. Hi, everybody. Back to John Ronner in just one moment. Free. And, John, we're back on again. As I was saying, I've done this for 10 years, John, and I find that I'm going to continue to examine the kinds of areas that I have been for years now with shows like this one, because I think whether it's extraterrestrial visitors, and the question is whether there is life elsewhere, which to me has always seemed probable, or we're talking about life after death, these are probably two of the most important questions mankind strives for as long as he is alive to answer. I mean, they really are, and so I'll keep examining them, and I'm sure that you've had plenty of people come after you, too, in your time, kind of chuckling and laughing, and you know, it's an easy, cheap shot.
Well, the existential questions are always going to be with us, and we've really got a choice of universes here. If the materialists are right, then we live in a meaningless, accidental universe, and all of our spiritual lessons, which we have learned at great cost over our lifespans, are for naught. It makes no difference at all.
That's right.
If they're right, then the universe is essentially meaningless. Now, I know the existentialists, they argue that you know, you can still put your own meaning into life, and that's true up to a point, but to me it's small potatoes, it's thin gruel to compensate me for the fact that my whole universe is meaningless. And it also, you know, I want to get back to what we were talking about a while ago. There, you know, the heartening thing about this is there is some circumstantial evidence out there to suggest that a spiritual realm actually exists. You don't have to be credulous. You don't have to be empty-headed, as some skeptics often suggest, in order to believe in all of this. Let's take the near-death experience, for example. This is one of the things that impressed me so much as a young man. I couldn't. One of the first things I noticed during all of the hoopla about the near-death experience in the mid-1970s, which caught us all by surprise. Very few of us at that time had ever heard of it. I certainly hadn't. Of course, you have the initial stage of the out-of-body experience, and then the journey through the tunnel, which is kind of like a halfway zone between the physical plane and the spiritual realm. Then the person having the near-death experience emerges into the world of light. There they interact with departed loved ones who preceded them in death, and sometimes this superior being of light, this angel-like being of light that we talked about earlier, which sometimes is described as angelic, sometimes as a divine figure. You have the life review, where you see every tiny action of your life in all of its many small details, almost like a morality play, a theater in the round, completely surrounding you in technicolor. You're right in the middle of it.
For many of us, that is a terrifying prospect.
It can be terrifying, it can be exhilarating, it can be a combination of both, because you suddenly, for the first time, get into the heads and the hearts of everybody around you, and you see the implications of everything you've done, good and bad. And of course, the people who have had this life review experience have often come back saying that the one thing that struck them the most about it was that all of the things that we consider so important and so big tend to be very trivial and unimportant during the life review when you're looking at it from a higher consciousness. And some of the things that were seemingly trivial, like a little act of kindness or you know, a kind word to somebody in need, suddenly take on tremendous proportions in the life review. It's almost like your priorities are turned upside down. And to get back to what I was going to say, though, is we're familiar with some of the stages of the near-death experience, and evidentially what impresses me about it is that somebody can be lying flat on their back for 15 to 20 minutes with no vital signs, clinically dead, the brain's not working, the electroencephalograph is flatlining, and all of a sudden they come back and they say, you know, the story is, well, you know, I was floating around the room, I was looking down on all of this, I saw the doctor over there doing this, the nurse was crying because I was the same age she was, that's what she was thinking, she didn't say that, and it goes on into 101 different details about what happened while the person was clinically dead, while he had no vital signs, and sometimes they even pass through walls moving into other rooms. My question is this. I've heard the standard explanations from the materialists. Okay, your brain is flooded with feel-good neurochemicals like serotonin and endorphins and whatnot.
That's right, yes.
To try to ease your transition into oblivion because your body wants to resist the idea that it's all over.
Right.
I've heard, the problem with all of these explanations is they're non-explanations.
And then don't forget
none of them explain where you get this knowledge from.
Don't forget the brain cells dying from the outside, moving inward. Accounting for what some doctors say is this center core of light. Right?
They've come up with that one for the light. Well, all of these theories sound good on paper, so to speak, but if you look a little bit deeper, they don't explain where this knowledge comes from. Experiments have actually been conducted to this effect. Michael Sabum, an Atlanta cardiologist. Well, let me back up just a couple of steps. The skeptics have been confronted with the fact that these people have all of this knowledge about what went on while they were clinically dead. And I want to emphasize this again, at the risk of beating a dead horse, that while the brain is not working according to the EEG, where do they get this knowledge from? And also, where do they get this perspective from? Because very often they describe looking down on it all from a corner, an upper corner of the room. And they could not have had that perspective if they were lying flat on their back on a hospital bed hallucinating the whole thing. So the skeptics have come back and said, well, they're just good guessers. They're old hands in the hospital. They've been through the routine, and they kind of know what's going to happen anyway. Michael Sabum, Atlanta cardiologist, was one of the researchers who followed Raymond Moody. Raymond Moody came out with his book on the near-death experience in the mid-1970s and woke the whole country up to the near-death experience. But Moody was not actually doing scientific research. He was just collecting anecdotes, and he put it all together into the different stages of the near-death experience so that people would have a handle on what was going on. And he was followed by researchers like Sabum and Kenneth Ring, the Connecticut psychologist, and Bruce Grayson and so on, who did scientific research. Now, Sabum addressed the good guesser theory, the idea that they're just good guessers, they're old hands in the hospital. That's how come they know what's going on. He got himself two groups, a control group and experimental group. Control group had no recollection whatsoever while they were clinically dead of anything that went on, no recollection of an NDE. The experimental group claimed to have been out of body watching the whole thing. Both groups were given questionnaires to fill out before they had a chance to be briefed,
right.
After they were resuscitated to describe what had happened. And, of course, the experimental group that claimed to have witnessed all of this stuff out of body was largely successful in describing what had happened, and the control group that had no recollection, well, they fumbled miserably. They couldn't begin to describe what had happened. So we're back to what we said earlier. There's no scientific proof for any of this, but there's a lot of tantalizing telltale signs that something's really going on out there.
All right,
I've seen enough.
Let me stop and ask you a question. I don't know whether you happened to catch the 60 Minutes episode or not. It was on a few weeks ago.
No, I missed it, but tell me about it. I'd like to hear this.
Okay, well, it covered this poor lady had a brain aneurysm, a big one. In other words, a big bulbous expansion of, a blood vessel or whatever in her brain.
Yeah.
And there was no way to operate on this lady other than to literally kill her. Now, they reduced her body temperature.
Wow.
Way down. They drained all of the blood from her body, which, of course, allowed them, the aneurysm at that point, without blood pressure, shriveled, and they were able to operate on it, excise it, and everything. But in the process of doing this, it was the only way it could be done. Otherwise, they would have killed her. They lowered her body temperature. She went flat, all the way flat, no brain waves, nothing, for the better part of an hour, I say. They heated her blood, and as they put the blood back in her body, John, she revived. They didn't have to do anything, no electric shock, nothing. As they put the warmed blood back in, back comes the lady. Now, this is actually, though rare, a fairly common procedure. Where, John, did that lady go?
Well, that's the question. That's the philosophical question.
It sure is.
My feeling, my opinion, is that it's entirely possible that people do experience the phases of the near-death experience, but may not have any conscious recollection of it once they come back, and that some do and some don't recall it. I mean, I can't prove that, but it would seem more logical to me that everyone has a near-death experience when they're out.
There was one other 16... I'll stay with this for a second. It covers what you just talked about. It was an operating room, and, frequently they would have these NDEs that would occur, and the doctors would be told about it. And so they took a neon sign and put it up on top of some equipment in the operating room where nobody would be able to see it except somebody
who was out of body.
Who was out of body on the ceiling.
Yes.
And nobody to date, John, has come back and revealed what that sign says.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you were out of body and you were looking down, in all probability, the sign is the last thing you'd read.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there are instances where people have reported objects out of sight, so I don't know I would say that the neon sign definitively disproves the near-death experience. I mean, there was a case in which, one of Moody's cases in which somebody came back and had allegedly been on an out-of-body flight and had gone out. I think he was hovering outside the one of the windows of the hospital, many stories up from the ground. He saw a sneaker sitting out on the window ledge. He came back into his body and mentioned it to the medical personnel, and they checked, and sure enough, there was the sneaker.
Wow.
I interviewed Sandy Rogers for one of my books. She lives in Lebanon, Illinois, and she was popping in and out of her body during life-saving surgery being performed on her after she tried to commit suicide. And she picked up a lot of information about her relatives in other rooms and so on. And so while the neon sign to date has not been deciphered by anybody, there have been other instances in which people have seen things that were beyond their range of vision if they were just lying on the gurney.
I'll stay with this for a second. It covers what you just talked about. It was an operating room. And, frequently they would have these NDEs that would occur, and the doctors would be told about it. And so they took a neon sign and put it up on top of some equipment in the operating room where nobody would be able to see it except somebody
who was out of body.
On the ceiling.
Yes.
And nobody to date, John, has come back and revealed what that sign says.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
On the other hand, if you were out of body and you were looking down, in all probability, the sign is the last thing you'd read.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there are instances where people have reported objects out of sight. So I don't know. I would say that the neon sign definitively disproves the near-death experience. I mean, there was a case in which one of Moody's cases in which somebody came back and had allegedly been on an out-of-body flight and had gone out. I think he was hovering outside the one of the windows of the hospital, many stories up from the ground. He saw a sneaker sitting out on the window ledge. He came back into his body and mentioned it to the medical personnel, and they checked, and sure enough, there was the sneaker.
Wow.
I interviewed Sandy Rogers for one of my books. She lives in Lebanon, Illinois, and she was popping in and out of her body during life-saving surgery being performed on her after she tried to commit suicide. And she picked up a lot of information about her relatives in other rooms and so on. And so while the neon sign to date has not been deciphered by anybody, there have been other instances in which people have seen things that were beyond their range of vision if they were just lying on the gurney. So
you've examined lots and lots of cases of apparent intervention by angels or angelic figures or beings of light. If I were to ask you, which I will in a second, to recount to us in some detail the very best one or the best proof you've ever heard to date, I wonder what you would say. And in a moment, we'll find out what he says. We'll be right back. 03. All right, back now to John Ronner, subject angels. John, what would you say is the best case?
Well, I tried to list a few candidates here. I took this particular story for the new book. In fact, I titled the book "The Angels of Cokeville" after this. Cokeville is a small town in Wyoming, a ranching community. Back in 1986, a psychotic genius by the name of David Gary Young, he had an IQ of about 180. To give you an idea what we're talking about here in terms of intellect, an IQ of 130 is 1 in 100, an IQ of 140 is 1 in 1,000. And Young had an IQ of 180, but unfortunately he was a warped genius. He built a bomb that took up an entire shopping cart, rolled it into an elementary school in Cokeville, and took the entire school hostage, so about 150 kids plus about 10 or 15 adults.
My goodness.
And he said he wanted a rap session with Reagan. He wanted $2 million per hostage. But an examination of his diaries after the incident revealed that he secretly intended, no matter what happened, to take the ransom and blow all the kids up, including himself. He had this crazy idea that he was going to reincarnate in a new dimension called the Brave New World, and he'd be like a resurrected Pharaoh. You know.
This damn story. As a crane operator, I got into a situation where my crane would have tipped over if a dangerous situation was not brought to my attention. My crane had an extreme load on the hook, and one of my outriggers was sinking into the pavement. When an outrigger loses its stability, the crane tips over and can cause loss of life or at the very least damage to property. In this case, 4 men could have lost their lives. I noticed nothing wrong since my crane was swinging the heavy load to the men. Somebody, now listen to this, somebody wearing carpenter whites and no hard hat, he's got that underlined, no hard hat, called my name, pointed to the ground, and said, "You're outrigger." I saw that my crane was about to go, and I was very busy swinging the heavy load away from the lives in jeopardy and was able to keep it from tipping. Later, I tried to find the man that saved the crane and those guys' lives. I couldn't find him. I described him to the other guys. They didn't know him. He was dressed as a carpenter, and the level of the building he was on had only laborers. He had no hard hat on. That would have meant immediate termination. I later thought about it. Now, I believe an angel was sent to save these men's lives. Again, from an anonymous author and location. That was for you, John. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's a classic story. I really appreciate the fact that he took the time to send it in. This is an example of the angel in disguise, or what many people feel would be the angel in disguise, and certainly that's the facts. The man who faxed that's his opinion. In this kind of category of experience, the angel looks like a human being, acts like a human being, but there are so many uncanny little details surrounding the incident that by the time it's over, as in the case with this crane operator, the person is convinced that this could not have been a human being after all, despite the fact that it looked to be that way.
Wouldn't it almost be necessary, on occasion, they would disguise themselves in a form that we would understand so as not to totally throw the person off?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to touch on that. Right, the crane operator feels was an angel in this case disguised himself as a carpenter in whites, and yet there was no hard hat on his head. And oftentimes there are anomalous little things like this. In a typical angel in disguise story, you might find yourself broken down on a deserted road. The helper tends to appear out of nowhere at a critical moment. You didn't notice him coming, and then disappear again at another critical moment. When your attention is diverted, once the assistance is rendered. Another little key feature of this, which happened in this incident, is other people never see the helper, just the person who needs to see him. It's a widespread. It's reported on a widespread level there, and the skeptics have a hard time with this one. But it's pretty common out there, and I guess to get a handle on this, it reminds me of the old TV series Highway to Heaven with the late actor Michael Landon playing the angel Jonathan Smith, who looked like a human being, but tended to hang back and let people solve their own problems. He would be the catalyst for change, but would not take drastic action himself.
All right, here's another fact. This might be a skeptic from Honolulu.
Okay.
Jeffrey, he says, John said that we have to look at, quote, them, end quote, to be real. I don't see you on the radio, and yet I believe you are real. If angels are so real, why hide? I would like to get some help. I need help, and they hide from me. That's from Jeffrey.
That's a good point. I want to point out, and I'm going to get into that. One of the things that we have a danger of losing sight of when we talk about these spectacular experiences is that there's some kind of spiritual elite out there having all the experiences, and the rest of us are just kind of sitting on our hands looking around waiting for something to happen. I don't think that's the case. I think we're all surrounded by spiritual forces. We're immersed in it, and we are touched by the heavenly and by the angelic. The challenge for us is just to pay more attention to what's happening to all of us. I think we're all affected by it. I don't think Jeffrey's left out, or I am left out, or anybody else. My sister has had lots of dramatic experiences over the years, and I've had relatively few, and those that I've had have been subtle. But I consider myself a part of all this also. We're not sitting on the bleachers. We're all in the playing field. And the more you pay attention to this phenomenon, the more it comes into your life. I think, first of all, we're all affected by meaningful coincidence or synchronicity. That's probably the most common way that the other side touches us in our day-to-day life. You know, William Temple said, when I pray, coincidences happen, and when I cease to pray, they stop happening. And people who have kept diaries of synchronicities in their life have noticed that they have increased in frequency and in intensity. And what were you going to say, Art?
Well, I was going to say is what I would generally call intuition, or a very strong intuitive feeling that if I do this, I'm a dead duck.
That's another good example. Yeah.
Is that an example?
I think intuition, the hunches that we have, are another very, very common way that we are all affected by this phenomenon. Probably the most dramatic example of a hunch type of experience that comes to my mind immediately was a lady in Wisconsin who, let's see, how did that go? Her two sons were out on a joyride, and all of a sudden she was seized with this horrible feeling of dread that they were in mortal danger, and without really understanding why, she found herself bursting into tears. She flopped on her bed and started crying and praying for their lives. She had no logical reason to do any of this. A short time later, the two boys come in. Their faces are pale. And the story is that their car had been surrounded. Their car had stalled on a street and was surrounded by an armed, hostile gang, armed with baseball bats and guns, banging on the windows of the station wagon with a full force pounding of baseball bats on these windows for 2 minutes. One kid was in the back seat with his head right close to the window, just inside, of course. And as he happened to kind of glance outward, he saw the head of a baseball bat come down with full force on the outside of that window, and it hit the window. The window didn't crack. The window didn't spider, but the baseball bat cracked in two when it hit the window. Something, the kids felt, was keeping the windows from cracking or spidering or even shattering.
Protecting.
Now, we can argue back and forth about, gee, maybe that's a little far-fetched, John. Are you trying to say that the angels turned that car into an armored presidential limousine? Well, we can't prove that happened, but we do know that their mother, on some level, was keenly aware of the danger that they were in and prayed for them, and perhaps that prayer had an effect on saving their lives. Eventually, they got the car started and they got out of there, got away from the gang.
Hey, John, have you heard any stories about angelic appearances with reference to the big explosion in Oklahoma City?
Well, you know what? I heard, I caught just a passing reference in just a garden variety news report. There was so much mega information coming out of there. Somebody had mentioned an individual who claimed that an angel had led him out of the wreckage through some kind of cart or whatever. I don't know if anybody else out there in Radio Land heard the same account. I was intrigued by that. I've had people ask me whether or not I thought that a lot of spiritual experiences occurred in that disaster, and all I can say is, well, I have no way of knowing, but usually in times of great disaster, all sorts of paranormal activity occur. If nothing else, a lot of people are aware on a subconscious level of the disaster and steer clear of it. David Booth, Cincinnati office worker, had terrible nightmares 10 nights in a row. This is back in the mid-'80s, and we see how that went. After 3 or 4 nights of this, well, what he would dream is he dreamed that he saw an American Airlines. It was a American Airlines DC-10. He saw that much in his dream, a jumbo jet, taking off in a slow ascent from an airport, and then he watched an engine break off from the wing. Then he saw the plane flip over and come upside down back to the ground. There was a huge orange fireball, and he'd wake up crying. If this happened 2 or 3 nights in a row, he couldn't stand it any longer. He got the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and they didn't treat him like a nut. They took him seriously, and they interviewed him, trying to figure out what in the world, where was this flight? When is it happening?
Right, sure.
And unfortunately, these visions are right brain phenomena. The intuition comes in through the right side of our brain and doesn't give us a lot of facts, figures, and details. He had a lot of visual detail, but not a lot of numbers and names to put on it. He did know it was American Airlines, and he did know it was a DC-10. Anyway, American Airlines had too many flights. It just couldn't pinpoint it. So the nightmares went on 10 nights in a row. On the 10th night, Booth had his last nightmare. The next day, Lindsay Wagner, the actress, and her mother were about to get on board American Airlines Flight 191, taking off from Chicago's O'Hare Airport.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Ms. Wagner, who was known for her intuition, was seized with this overpowering feeling that she should not get on this flight. And she, for reasons she couldn't explain, but she trusted her intuition, she just walked away from the plane with her mother. A few minutes later, this Flight 191 took off, and an engine broke off, the plane flipped over, came down inverted, orange fireball went up, just exactly as Booth had seen it in the dream. And unfortunately, all 273 passengers on board were killed. It was the worst aviation disaster in North America up to that point.
That's incredible. And Lindsay Wagner walked away from that?
She walked away from it, and to get back to what you were saying, though, originally, and what I was saying, I feel we're all affected by this phenomenon. With most of us, it's a subtle thing.
Well, okay, let me stop you, John. That's the problem. I'm a kind of a halfway white-knuckle flyer, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in other words, when I get on a plane, and I think this is most people, it occurs to you, this thing could crash. You know, anytime you fly, what goes up could come down.
And you could end up like Apollo 13 out there halfway to the moon and nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, that's more or less right. And so I always worry about it, and I have a sort of thought, and I try to trust my intuition, and I always go those little flicks, and you're never really sure. In other words, it should be, before you walk away from that flight, and I've thought about it a few times, it should be a true, overpowering feeling. Is that right? Not just sort of a gentle worry.
Well, the people who have powerful intuitive experiences will usually report that there's no doubt in their mind about it.
I've had one.
It's not a vacillating.
No, that's right, John. I've had one. I've had one, and it came at me like ocean waves so strongly I could not ignore it. So it was the only one. And it was really strong. I've got another fax for you in just a moment. John Ronner is my guest. He'll be right back. 0. All right, we're going to get to calls shortly, but this is from Diane in Southern California. Dear Art and John, in the fall of 1983, after my father and brother died, I had my first experience with a guardian angel, Flora. So this one has a name. During the hour and a half she spent with me, I got a lot of questions answered. I no longer need scientific proof of angels, as the many things Flora told me proved out true over the next few months. The one question, though, I did not ask her is the one I would like to ask John tonight. Here it is. Are those little flashes of astral-like blue-white light that one sees sometimes an indication that an angel is near? John?
I think I know what Diane's talking about. If I understand that correctly, it can either, I've seen instances where those were taken to be an indication of the presence of a departed loved one or a superior spiritual being, and possibly something else, but usually one or the other.
Huh. I've heard people talk of them, blue-white flashes.
Mm-hmm. Or speckled light, or sometimes balls of light, and so on that will appear.
Exactly.
It's one way the other side can make its presence known. Usually when somebody encounters an angel as a superior being, they'll see kind of they may see a shimmering column of rainbow light. They may see balls of light. They may see a human form against a kind of a very bright halo. It can take a lot of different forms.
Do you believe in ghosts, John?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, I was beginning to think that was what Diane was leading up to when you first started. And it's an important topic to be discussed within the larger context of angels, because a lot of people out there feel that departed loved ones look after them, as I said earlier in the program, like de facto angels. The term guardian angel gets used, even though technically speaking we're talking about a guardian spirit, because, a ghost would not be a higher order of being. It would simply be a human being who had died and, continues to be essentially human, just in another dimension. Usually, the contact between the living and the dead is very fleeting. It's momentary. It occurs around the moment of death. It's usually a chance for people who have been suddenly separated to take care of unresolved affairs. Maybe the husband tell the wife, "Gee, I'm sorry, I never told you I loved you. It's just the way I was raised. I couldn't do any better. I'm sorry. I want you to know now that I love you, and I'll see you again sometime. Goodbye." It's also a chance, these moment of death contacts are also a chance for us to answer for our loved ones the two great questions. Does life go on after death, which addresses the fear of oblivion. That's one of the two great fears in our culture. And the other fear, of course, is the fear of hellfire. So we get the fear of oblivion from one end of the spectrum, and we get the fear of hellfire from the other end of the spectrum.
Hellfire.
So in other words, the person, the dead appear and they say, "Look, I'm alive. Look at me. Life goes on. There's no oblivion, and also I'm not in pain. Everything's fine. You don't have to worry about me, and I love you. I'll see you again sometime." And that's the end of it. However, in a minority of cases, people feel that a relationship forms and continues, sometimes indefinitely, and sometimes for a few years, sometimes just for a few months after death. in which there's repeated contact and sometimes a sort of guardianship that begins. I spoke with a widow in Florida who felt that her late husband continued to make repairs around the house in the same way he had made them when she was alive. I talked to another lady who felt that her husband rescued her in the middle of traffic one day when a car pulled in front of her, and she froze up and was unable to take any evasive action, and her late husband materialized in the car and jerked the wheel so that it went into a ditch and so on. But whatever kind of form it takes, Art, this thing is very common. I mean, Andrew Greeley, the famous Roman Catholic priest and sociologist, most of us know him through his novels. He asked 1,467 Americans in 1973 if they had ever felt that they were in touch with someone who died. And 27% said, well, yeah. So that was 1 in 4 saying yes, they felt they had been in contact with the dead. And among widows and widowers, it was even more startling. 51% said yes, a majority. That's 1 in 2. And Greeley went back 10 years later and did the same survey with another scientifically selected group, and the numbers were even higher. They went up into the 30s overall.
All right.
And into the 60s among widows and widowers.
All right, John. Hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be back. Yes, we're about to begin taking phone calls, so get ready. John Ronner is my guest. The subject, angels. Now again, here I am. Want to add, and we're going to talk about photography in just a moment. It's a very interesting question. Back now to John Ronner. John, you heard me talking about the photograph that we've got. Are there any photographs of angels?
There are. I'm not aware of angels having been photographed per se. Well, sometimes I've run across people who feel that they've seen patterns of angels in clouds and whatnot that they've photographed. I'm sure it's happening. Just because I don't know about it doesn't mean it's not happening.
No one's ever sent you one.
Excuse me?
No, nobody's ever sent you one.
No, I haven't run across it, but it's probably happening out there. Spirit photography, of course, has a long and colorful, checkered history, and I don't dismiss it. I do think that that overall it's valid. Of course, there's been a lot of problems with fraud and so on, but still, I think in some it's a valid thing.
All right, I want to go to the phones, John. Let's take some calls. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Where are you calling from, please?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. Well, first I was going to mention...
Okay, hon, I can barely hear you. Talk into the phone good and loud for us.
Okay, can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, first I was going to mention the Alpine... the advertisement that you have.
Yes.
I have some of the Alpine 150s in my house.
Yes.
And I was just going to tell the people out there that they really are neat because, like, if you have, like, a little doggy accident or a baby accident or whatever kind of accident and it makes, like, the cat smell or the floor smell, you can just aim that thing right at it. And
I know. I've got one too. So anyway.
Anyway, I was going to ask him, do angels, people that see angels, they're not with these craft and flying saucers and everything like that, are they?
Well, Pete, that's a good question. In other words, where are all these angel encounters coming from? What types of people are having the experiences?
Yes.
That's a really good question. We haven't even touched on it at all tonight. This phenomenon crosses the board. You have people who are traditionally religious, you have people who are secular, you have metaphysically oriented people, all sorts of people having these experiences. And what has really surprised even me is that this interest in angels and the experience of them is almost becoming a global phenomenon. One of my books, Know Your Angels, was recently translated into Japanese, and I would never have thought that the Japanese would be interested in this, but I suppose they have their own Buddhist traditions. I know that you have the Bodhisattva in Buddhism, which is a mortal who has broken the wheel of karma and yet chooses to remain on earth. It's very much angel-like in order to help others with their evolution. So it is interesting that certainly within our neck of the woods, all sorts of people are interested in this phenomenon.
All right, this one, another facts. Would you ask your guest, Art, about angelic appearances on the battlefield and the appearance of the war witch in odd moments during combat? Never heard of the war witch.
Well, that's an interesting expression. The war witch is probably colloquial just for, any kind of spiritual event that occurs on the battlefield. Oh, yes. Battlefields are places of great stress. And whenever you have a lot of stress, you often have metaphysical experiences because, now the skeptics say, well, you have metaphysical experiences in times of stress because the mind's snapping. But I like to think, I suspect, that what's really happening is that stress puts the mind spontaneously into an altered state of consciousness, which enables us to perceive other realities that our normal waking consciousness doesn't make available to us. So battlefields are places of great stress, and so you have a lot of experiences. In World War I, many of the soldiers along the Allied war front were claiming to have seen angels and saints and whatnot during an Allied retreat from Mons, Belgium. That became a very famous series of incidents, and many of the older generations still remember that to this day. Closer to our time, Raymond Moody, the near-death researcher, interviewed a gentleman who, during World War II, was being approached by a strafing warplane, and as the bullets, headed straight toward him, kicking up the dust, he was, feeling horrible, a terrible fear, feeling that he would die, and all of a sudden, he was within the aura of something beyond himself, a very pleasant, calming aura, and he suddenly felt totally at peace and wonderful. And he heard a voice speaking to him out of thin air, and it said, "I'm here with you, Reed. Your time has not yet come." So the battlefield is because, I think, of the stress factor, is a place where very commonly you have an interface between the physical world and the spiritual world.
All right, before we go to more calls, every line's ringing, but I want to ask this, because everybody wants to know. I sure do. You probably won't have an answer. And you have all these great stories about people that have been saved by angels.
Oh, yeah. I know it's coming.
Yeah, sure you do. But there are so many children in Oklahoma City, children across the nation, innocents, wonderful people, killed, no intervention. They're just killed.
Yeah, just like the plane crash we just talked about a while ago. I mean, Lindsay Wagner walked away from the plane, but where were the angels of the other 200 plus passengers?
Yep, that's the question. That is it.
Why do angels go on vacation? Why is my angel working but yours is out to lunch?
That's good. Why?
In the book of Acts, you have Stephen is stoned, but a couple of chapters down, Peter is freed by an angel. I think, first of all, as you said, there isn't really no answer to this. It's been asked for thousands of years, and I've never come across anybody that had a completely satisfactory answer. I'll throw a few things out, and with no hope of it really totally satisfying.
Right.
Some people have pointed out, well, first of all, a lot of bad things that happen in this world are of our own making. Let's not start blaming God and angels for World War II. World War II, for example, got started because nationalism ran wild and racial hatred ran wild and infected millions of people. And you ended up with trillions of dollars worth of damage and millions of lives lost, all man-made. Secondly, people have pointed out that there's a very popular metaphysical theory that we come into this world deliberately with a choice, by choice, that we have our life roughly sketched out or mapped. We have a life plan. We choose to have certain experiences before we incarnate. Now, this is, I'm not saying yay or nay to this theory. I'm just throwing it out for discussion. And that we may choose to experience tragedy, maybe a long wasting away from cancer, to teach us what it's like to be helpless and to have others love us and care for us, or vice versa, to learn how to care for others who we love. Some people have argued, Emerson, for example, talked about the law of compensation. The Hindus call it karma. The old-timers just say what goes around comes around. This is another idea. This is the idea that what we put out into the world, that the world is our mirror, and what we put out into it is reflected back to us by whatever we put out in word or deed comes back to us.
Kind of an elegant way of saying God's will.
Yeah, well, it's the idea that we create a lot of the misfortune that comes to us is a reflection of what we have put out into the world. Unfortunately, this sometimes degenerates into blaming the victim. So without further ado, let me just wrap it up by saying that there are a lot of theories out there. I don't find any one of them totally satisfactory. I wouldn't trot them out in front of somebody who had just lost a child or just had some kind of terrible tragedy occur to them. I would say this one final thing. A lot of people, when they ask this question, are really asking, why did it happen to me? It's not a broad philosophical question for them. It's just a personal thing. Is God mad at me? Do the angels hate me or whatever? And I just have to say, I can't, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot believe that we live in the kind of universe that would deliberately visit negative things on people.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you calling from?
San Diego.
San Diego.
Okay. Yes. What brought you to studying angels, and what is your belief in a supreme being?
All right.
That's a great question. I started out as an agnostic. I thought the physical was all there was, that the universe was an accidental machine. I guess I was kind of a child of that materialist thinking of the 50s and the 60s, which was so rampant, so strong, the idea that there's a logical, mechanical explanation for everything if you just look slightly beneath the surface.
Mm-hmm.
But as a young man, I began to come to the conclusion that that's true if you look superficially at things. There do seem to be mechanical explanations for many things. But if you look deeper, some of those mechanical explanations start falling apart. And we touched on a few things earlier in the program where I think materialism is running into trouble. The near-death experience flies in the face of the materialist mindset. Developments in science fly in the face of it. I guess the near-death experience probably had the greatest effect on me in changing my own mind. I couldn't understand. I remember as a young man, I couldn't understand how people with wildly differing ideas about what the afterlife was supposed to be like could be having essentially the same experiences. And this was all in the 1970s, long before there was massive publicity about the near-death experience. Most people were like me. They didn't have a clue about that in the 70s. So there was not any chance of contamination of people, saying, well, I've heard so much about the tunnel, I'm going to talk about the tunnel, or I've heard so much about the figure of light, I'll say I experienced that.
Sure.
So I was very impressed by that.
Okay, back to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Runner. Hi.
Yeah, John.
Hey.
I have a little experience I'd like to relate to you.
Okay.
This happened when I was around 16 years old.
Uh-huh.
I dropped out of high school, and I was kind of at my wit's end, and this was back quite some time, and this was on the East Coast, and I was going to this store every night that had bay windows and had a big turntable in one of the windows, and had a bunch of guns on there. And I kept eyeing them, and I came to the conclusion that I was going to break the window and steal a gun, and I was going to do some robberies.
Yeah.
And I came up that night, and I had a brick in my hand, and I raised it up, and I was ready to throw it through the bay window. And those little doors that they have for loading up the showcase, there was a policeman there in full regalia with his hat and his badge on his hat and on his chest, his badge. And he was just looking at me. He didn't say anything, he just looked at me. And I dropped the brick and I left. A year later, I went in the military, and I got out of the military. I went back and got my high school. I went and got a degree in engineering. I work in high tech today.
Yeah.
I've done an awful lot of things that contributed to the science of the world.
You've come a long way.
And a very cutting edge of technology. And,
yeah.
and I believe, I didn't realize it at that time. About a decade later, I realized that that was indeed a possible guardian angel.
Oh, that's an incredible story. Where are you calling from, please?
Albuquerque.
Thank you. That's an incredible story.
And it was a pivotal time in his life, and just turned him around completely. If you want to talk about being at a crossroads, where the road forks, and you can go one way or the other. That story certainly exemplifies that, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Was that policeman an angel? It's entirely possible.
Well, it certainly had about the same effect.
And it could either be the mysterious stranger type incident, it could be a meaningful coincidence, it could have been an actual policeman there. Who knows? But certainly his life was changed.
All right, John, hold on. We'll be right back to John Runner. He's our guest. You know the numbers. Get on the phone. You may think you're home 033. John, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here comes somebody else.
Okay.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, my friend, fellow Gemini.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a question, a statement, and a quickie little story. Question is the Bible, for those that read, clearly states that God says not to get involved, do not seek, look for, or try to contact spirits or the dead.
All right.
It is.
How do you respond to that, John? Basically, he's saying the Bible says don't do what you're doing.
Well, I think some of the biblical writers were of that opinion, but the ancients had different opinions about that both ways. Contact. First of all, there are some people who are troubled by the idea that you might want to try to summon the dead. I think Saul got into trouble in the Old Testament for going to the witch of Endor to conjure the Judge Samuel, and then he was rebuked by Samuel as a result. that may be as much because Saul defied the will.
I'll give a quick statement because I know you're limited on time. You're talking about intuitive.
Yes.
I've led my life that way, and sometimes even take it for granted as something that I have seemed to have either learned or acquired early in life. I ride motorcycle, so you got to be very conscious, but I take it in every form of life activity. I would be on the road and I think, no, I'm not going to pass this vehicle. No, I'm not going to change lanes. It was just like a mental game or a gut feeling, I guess, for lack of better words. And sure enough, had I have done what most people or you commonly see people do, or maybe you've done yourself, yes, there would have been an oncoming obstruction of some form or another in the road. Another quick story here. I probably shouldn't mention the person's name because they're no longer living to defend what I'm saying, so you just have to take it at face value. This happened many years ago with a famous short man, black entertainer.
Got to be quick, sir.
We were at a dinner club. A blonde gentleman come up to the table and said, "Sir, God loves you." And this person was so moved by it, he did his best to get a hold of the head waiter and the people of the club and said, "I want to thank that blonde man for saying that." Yes, sir, we have no blonde waiters.
All right, well, we'll hold it there, and I'll extend that. There are all these stories going around, John, about the hitchhiker.
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel's horn.
The millennialist hitchhiker.
Yeah, that's right.
End is near?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Some of these things are categorized as urban legends in that I personally have never personally interviewed somebody who has experienced that. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but the buzz that I get is that people are having trouble actually pinning down these stories to find out, to actually get a name of somebody that you can speak with who says they had that type of experience. But I'm not necessarily throwing cold water on it. I just have not personally interviewed anybody myself, nor do I know of anyone who has interviewed somebody personally who has had that story.
I have.
Have you?
I've had I've had calls, John. That's
okay.
why I asked. All right, east of the you would have been. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
This is Nancy in Seattle.
Hi.
I had a couple of questions, one of which was, I hear a lot about angels, and I've never been particularly religious or non-religious. I guess agnostic is where I'd fall. But
yes, it is. And I want to remind people I'm getting faxes asking me the Richard Hoagland program that was on the regular syndicated weeknight show this last Friday night, Saturday morning, may be ordered. You may get a copy of the latest Richard Hoagland show. A lot of just packed full of new information. Or you can get a copy of the program you're hearing right now, or any other Dreamland program, or one more or you can get a subscription to our newsletter, which is $29.95 a year, and is now coming out with color photographs, I might add, of our Orient trip in the next issue if you get it ordered now. The number to call for all of this is 1-800-917-4278. Now, that line's open now or 24 hours a day. Write it down, please. 1-800-917-4278. John, here's one for you. A missionary deep in the South American jungle had been trying for some time to convert a local tribe to Christ. No success. The chief finally had enough of these trespassers and brought a full division of warriors down on the missionary and his family. They spent the night in prayer, ready for deliverance or death. Unexpectedly, the warriors just left without harming them in any way. Later, when on more friendly terms, the missionary asked why he didn't attack. Well, the chief said that he was outnumbered by his army. The missionary was puzzled, but the chief assured him the hut was surrounded by an army in bright white robes holding flaming swords. Have you heard that one?
Yeah, there's a whole class of stories, Art, just like that. I think Billy Graham in his particular book was talking about John G. Peyton in the Pacific Ocean's New Hebrides island chain.
Yes.
Had a similar experience like that. Very often, missionaries have reported that they were under duress or whatever, and that when attacked by hostile forces in their area, they received angelic help that was not visible to them, but was what they found out later was visible to the attackers. There's a whole class of stories just like that.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Oklahoma, and I'm listening to KFH in Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita, Kansas, all right.
I wanted to tell a story about my mother. She had a premonition or a dream the night before my grandfather was in a mining accident. His men had gone down and set a charge the day before, and the charge didn't go off, so he went down to check it himself. Well, anyway, in her dream, she dreamed that he was in an explosion and that he was hurt badly. Well, she went to take his lunch to him and begged him to come home, and he wouldn't come home. She told him what, she had dreamed, and he didn't come home. And they went on, she and my grandmother went to Pittsburgh, Kansas, and they had to come find them because he had been blown up in an explosion in the mine. He lost his eyesight, and his body was all blue where the shot went into his body. And he almost died. A little Catholic nun took care of him and kept him alive for 6 months. But then, when he was 81 years old, she told me I was pregnant with my son and had to go back to Wichita and couldn't stay with her while she was taking care of him at home. And she said, I had a dream that Grandpa was going to die on my birthday, and he died on her birthday. It was really a strange experience.
I think we're all there's evidence that when tragedy is about to strike, that we may be aware on a subconscious level, or there may be a spiritual prompting from the other side about this, however you want to interpret it. The parapsychologist at the University of Virginia, Ian Stevenson, did a famous study on coincidences and premonitions surrounding the sinking of the Titanic that became a classic. Very often people seem to be aware through dreams or through hunches that something is about to happen. W.E. Cox, a researcher in the 1950s, conducted a study of railroad accidents, and he discovered that there was a statistically significant drop-off in ridership on trains that were doomed to crash on the days that they actually did crash. And there was a further drop-off in ridership in the cars that suffered the worst damage. He called this phenomenon accident avoidance, and his theory was that people were aware subconsciously that the accident was about to occur, and probably in most cases without any conscious knowledge, they simply stayed away. Maybe they lingered over breakfast a little bit longer and were late, like the members of the Westside Baptist Church that we talked about earlier. I think in most cases, when we experience something like this, it often does occur subconsciously.
Let me ask you for a second about the dark side. We talk about near death. We talk about angelic appearances.
Yeah.
But there is a dark side, John. There are people publishing books relating stories told with much more hesitantly about going to hell.
Yeah. There was a lot of criticism, Art, of the near-death experience some years back. It became kind of all the rage. You might have even treated the subject on your own program. The criticism was, well, the near-death experience is just too warm and fuzzy. Everybody's having a wonderful time. Isn't anybody having a bad time in the afterlife? And there was a lot of examination about that issue in different programs. I think what has happened. Well, first of all, let me say this: what's so bad about the overwhelming or the great majority of average people who are neither Al Capone nor Mother Teresa having a rather pleasant time of it in the afterlife, or Mother Teresa having a rather pleasant time of it in the afterlife? If we live in a sane universe, wouldn't you expect that?
Nothing's wrong with that, John.
No, of course not.
I'm very encouraged by it. But the other may be there.
Sure, yeah, and I was coming to that. Nevertheless, there is some justification in raising the point. Doesn't anybody have a negative experience? And the answer is yes. I think what's been happening is that in the early stages of near-death investigation, most of the people who were being interviewed were rather typical average people, you know, as I said, neither saints nor horrible sinners. Now, upon closer examination, we find that people who are above average wrongdoers very often do report rather negative experiences. Jack London told the story of a gentleman who was in solitary confinement in San Quentin and had a metaphysical out-of-body experience and near-death experience during that time, and in which he experienced a life review that we talked about earlier in the program, saw all the tiny actions of his life. And as you alluded to earlier in the program, he was aware of all the negative consequences, and it was a painful experience for him. I can just imagine what it would be like if you were, say, Saddam Hussein, who had started the Gulf War and cost 100,000 Iraqis their lives. We're not talking about the injured now. We're just talking about all killed. People who were buried alive in those berms when Schwarzkopf's tanks went over there, and remember that we read in the paper about how they roll over these barricades and just bury these guys alive.
They did, yes.
And to be Saddam Hussein, this is just speculation, and you're having a life review, and suddenly you are aware on an intimate, empathetic level of every tiny bit of suffering that you have caused to everybody, and you're seeing it, you're feeling it from their heart. That would be quite a hellish experience. As a matter of fact, near-death experiencers going through the tunnel phase, you know, first you have the out-of-body phase, then they tunnel through this dark passageway on their way to the world of light.
Right.
Sometimes they have reported kind of looking to the side of the tunnel, so to speak, and seeing a drab, gray zone around the earth, peopled with numberless spirits kind of shuffling around, looking sad, weighted down, burdened, almost as if each person has his own problem. Some people shell-shocked by a violent death and not realizing they're dead. Others running addictions that they ran in physical life and never dealt with, and maybe alcoholics hanging around a bar trying to vicariously get the pleasure of the alcohol and so on. I remember in particular one instance where a lady who had a near-death experience noticed in this gray zone on her way to the light, she noticed a young businessman kind of walking down the street, and he was in the flesh, you know, alive.
Right.
And hovering over him was the specter of a gray-haired woman who was waving her finger in his face as if trying to lecture him or tell him what to do. And the near-death experiencer said that she got the impression that lady, that spirit, was his mother, still trying to boss him around in death as she had in life, and was unable to let go of that. Of course, in spiritualism, there's a long tradition of belief in the idea that 1 minute after death, we're very much the same as we are 1 minute before death, and that is to say we take all of our virtues with us and also all of our baggage, and if we have enough baggage, too much baggage, we according to this theory, and that's all it is a theory, we remain earthbound, unable to ascend, unable to get to the light. So if you look a little bit deeper, not all the near-death experiences are warm and fuzzy.
All right, John, good. Hold it right there. We'll be right back to John Ronner. I always imagined that. If you can imagine the good, you've got to imagine the other. And if one exists, it seems to me, it argues for the existence of the other. And we'll be right back. 3. Back now to John Ronner. John, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. A lot of phone calls, so let's keep going. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from San Francisco, California.
You're on the wrong line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. Now we'll go west of the Rockies. You're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Hi, Art. You got the Washingtonian Druid up here in this KNYE country.
Yes, sir. Tri-Cities, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. I just wanted to call you up there and kind of warn all your listeners about this type of stuff. There are a lot of evil angels out there. And sometimes they like to cause a little bit of mischief now and then. Had some experiences beforehand with this type of thing. So you kind of want to watch out because they do tend to cause a little havoc now.
Well, all right. That's a good point. I remember the old Disney movies where you got the good little guy over here and the bad little guy over here. John, are there any cases you could document of the bad little guy leading people into a disaster instead of the other way around?
Well, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head, but the thought that I did have about what the caller was saying is the principle here is to watch out, be careful that not all spirits are benevolent. And I thought of the New Testament principle of discerning the spirits, the idea that you should test the validity of the advice you're getting, the validity of the experience itself. And if I think Ignatius of Loyola, the great theologian from the 1600s, the founder of the Jesuits, actually elaborated a system for discerning the spirits or testing whether the experience is bona fide or not. The idea was, first, I think one of the major points was to see what effects the experience is having on you. Are you becoming more spiritual or less so? Is life becoming easier and more clarified for you, or more confusing and more negative? These are some of the issues that crop up.
Huh. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
Albuquerque, George, again.
Again? Oh, you're only allowed to call one time per show, sir.
2 years ago.
Oh, you mean you haven't called in 2 years?
Right.
Oh, well, that's not... What's on your mind, George?
I expected you to remember.
Well, I'm sorry.
I was just thinking you two gentlemen could conduct a grand experiment. Art Bell, you have a tremendous audience, and if you could ask them all to meditate on an improvement of a certain kind that could be verifiable, and Mr. Parr could help you with that.
John Ronner. All right. He's talking about an experiment. Have you ever thought of doing that, John? I've done that. For example, I have taken a little object, I think it was a pen, and balanced it on my table, knowing I've got millions of people out there. And I said, come on, everybody, let's push this pen over. Stupid pen sat right there. Is it like that with angels? I mean...
Well, first of all, we were talking about whether an experiment has been performed, and you could say that an experiment of sorts of that ilk is already underway, and that's the mass meditation that generally occurs around the Christmas season every year for world peace and world stability.
Yes.
Some people have argued that the gradual raising of spiritual consciousness on the part of politicians and the peace that seems to be breaking out all over the world, although some will take issue with me, they'll point to Bosnia and so on, but I'm talking about things like the fall of communism, the formation of the United Nations coalition to police Iraq, and so on. Peace really is breaking out in a lot of countries, and if you follow the international news, for example, Angola just recently ended a long-standing war. Some people have said that all of this meditation is having a subtle effect on the politicians and just on the planet at large.
I suppose it would be bad karma to try and get together and meditate on causing a blood vessel to break in Saddam's head, eh?
Yeah, and that gets back to that you just jogged me on the original point of this whole thing. The idea that I wanted to point out that angels generally are not believed to be capable of manipulation. They're superior beings, so you would not be able to, force angels to do anything. That's been the most common belief. Of course, I'm sure that, as with everything else in metaphysics, there's no unanimity of belief.
So
Yes, I do think it would be bad karma.
Yeah, it's kind of like sitting there and demanding of God that He supply immediate proof of His existence to you, or you're going to stop believing.
Oh, sure, and I think that a lot of the mystery and the challenge of life would be removed. One of the things that we didn't touch on this earlier when we were why you asked the question, why do angels go on vacation? And one point that I didn't make was that a lot of people argue that our existence here is a great adventure. And anytime you're going to have a great adventure, things have to go wrong. If every time you did a show you had a 100% rating, whether it was a great show or a middling show or a bad show, you'd be bored stiff after a few days.
That's true, John. We'll be right back with whatever it is we've got going right now. And it's good. Stay right there. Very angry with a particular angel for taking her brother away from her. I looked the angel's name up in the dictionary, and it was the angel of death. I can't remember the name now. Prior to the accident, my husband was blinded by a ball of bright light. Our explanation is the sun, because he cannot justify anything else. I know better. My son's greatest gift to me, the many people he knew and the family, is the absolute knowledge that death here is not the end, but just the beginning of something else. I hope it helps other parents whose children have left at a young age. Look for the meaning and purpose for that child's life, and look at all the people affected by their short existence. It does help, but the pain never goes away. That's Deborah in Seattle. John, you're back on.
Yes, that was quite a story. In the accident, I was unclear about whether anybody else was hurt when the son was killed.
Well, they don't say the extent of the injuries of the sister. She apparently was okay, I guess, because she was by the bedside of the brother for several days.
Yeah,
Listen, John, before you get started,
sure.
You haven't done it, so I'm going to make you do it. Look, I've got a fistful of faxes here of stories like these. I've got enough stories just from the show we've done tonight. You could write another book. Now, if people want to contact you and give you stories, or people want to contact you and get your books, I mean, this is the time when you can give out your info, so give it out.
Well, what I'd like to do is, first of all, give an address where they can write me if they would like to. They can write me care of Mamre Press, MAMRE PRESS. That's at Post Office Box 3137, and that's in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and that's MURFREESBORO, and the zip is 37130. So that's 3137-37130. As far as one other thing I'd like to do is just point out that I'll be speaking at a couple of places. On August 6th, I'll be speaking at the Unity Church in Franklin, North Carolina. On October 28th, I'll be speaking at an angel conference in Maryland. And for information about that, they can call Greenlee Associates at 301-270-2185. On November 30th, I'll be speaking at the Unity Church on Hillcroft in Houston. On April 22nd next year, I'll be speaking at a meeting of the Canton Metaphysical Society. And on July 23rd of 96, I'll be at a conference at Lilydale, New York.
All right, you don't have a fax number you'd like to give out, do you?
No, I don't. If they're interested in writing care of the publisher, that's probably the best approach.
All right.
The books themselves are probably pretty widely available. They've been in the chains for years. Do You Have a Guardian Angel is the original book. That's the old favorite. It talks about many of the things we've covered in this program. I wrote that way back in.
You can get that in most major bookstores,
and many of the minor ones. It's been a bestseller for some years, and it's got pretty widespread distribution. And I wrote that one first back in '85 when I was a young reporter, and I wanted to do a journalistic treatment of the subject of angels because many of the books were kind of strident religious tracts, so forcefully putting forth this author's viewpoint or that. And I thought, gee, it would be nice to rise above the fray and just provide journalistic, objective information to the extent I could.
I'm sure many criticize you for that, don't they?
Well, I think I'm sort of immune to all of that. I've talked to all kinds of groups, everybody under the sun, all the way from the mainline denominations and to spiritualists and so on. And I think the one thing that immunizes me from criticism is that I don't try to tell people what to think. I want the people to do their own thinking. It's the one thing I wanted to get away from when I wrote Do You Have a Guardian Angel in the first place. If this was going to be a book that didn't tell people what they had to believe. And in fact, the title itself, Do You Have a Guardian Angel, is a question. It's not a flat statement ordering you to believe in angels. And then the next book, Know Your Angels, the Angel Almanac, came out in '93, and that's like a mini encyclopedia of the subject. And the newest one, The Angels of Cokeville, I've encapsulated a few of those stories tonight. That is a collection of what I consider to be the outstanding angel encounter stories that I have ever run across in the last 10 years of talking to hundreds of people about it.
Excellent. All right, back to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Where are you calling from, please?
El Paso, and I got a low battery on my side.
El Paso, Texas.
All right.
Kind of in between the Rockies. Anyway, I'm sure you've heard, I think I heard you mention it once before, but that light theory at the end of the tunnel?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a trick, according to people.
It's true, sir. Thank you. Let me relate this, John. An old friend of mine who is a UFO buff, almost the granddaddy of UFO investigation in this country, John Lear, the son of Bill Lear, who, the Lear jet guy, once said that it had been said to him, and he passed on to me, and it has driven me crazy ever since. He said, "Don't go to the light. It's a trick. Go to the darkness." I have never been bothered so much by a statement in all my life. And it seems so easy. Light is good. Darkness is bad.
Yeah.
It's a trick. Go to the darkness. Any comments?
Well, some people out there have misgivings about the being of light. They feel like it's the devil in disguise tricking them. And there's some mentionings. I think a lot of this comes from some of the New Testament writers mentioned that I think perhaps it was Paul, certainly one of the New Testament writers mentioned that the devil can disguise himself as an angel of light, and I think that's caused a lot of fear and trepidation out there. But I also like to point out that one of the most famous appearances of a being of light in the history of our Christian culture was the appearance of a being of light to Paul of Tarsus, the number 2 man in Christianity, when he was on the road to Damascus to persecute the Christian community there. He was, knocked off his mule, blinded for 3 days, according to the book of Acts, and later interpreted the experience as being Jesus after his death, appearing to him and asking him why he was persecuting him. So I think we come back to what we were saying earlier, and that is, it's just a matter of using spiritual discernment, not accepting every metaphysical experience that comes down the pike, but being selective and gauging it by the effect that it has on you. What kind of direction does it put you in?
First-time caller line. You're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, let me turn my radio off.
Turn it off. That's good. Do that right away. Where are you calling from?
Just a second. I got to reach around the corner and get the radio.
All right.
There, it's off.
All right. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Florence, Oregon.
All right.
I hear you out of Portland.
Okay.
I don't know where to start. I believe in guardian angels because I've had one. My family's had one for years. Whether I have it now or not, I don't know. My wife died in October, and it may have been her guardian angel. Anyway, I got my job through the guardian angel. The guardian angel told my wife where to look for the job, and I got my job. When I retired out of the service, I got my house through a guardian angel. My son passed away with muscular dystrophy in '89, and the day he died, he told my wife that he had somebody holding his left hand. And my wife said, "There's nobody there." She said, "But there's somebody holding my hand, Mom." And apparently there was, because he died that night. And but there was many cases in my family where the guardian angel helped us. Never got us the greatest things, but always kept us right on the verge of disaster. You know what I mean?
Yes, thank you. John, it begs a good question, and that is, he said he thought the guardian angel might have been his wife's. Now, does it seem true to you, John, that guardian angels follow one particular person versus another, and then when that person is gone, and then so is the guardian angel? Would that?
Well, the most common belief, Art, is that each of us gets a guardian angel. This is just the most common belief in our culture. Has been that each of us gets a guardian angel at birth. That angel stays with us until death, at which time there's a separation. Most of the medieval theologians accepted that particular idea. It doesn't make it right. And that everybody gets a guardian angel. It doesn't make any difference, if you're Joseph Stalin or if you're Albert Schweitzer, you're still going to get one.
Okay, so then would you say some of them are lazy? Some of them are no-count guardian angels versus ones that will stop trucks and stop accidents?
In other words, this goes back to the what happened to the other angels, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I would say that most of the things that we talked about would apply here. And here again, I keep coming up with other little ideas, one of which that we didn't mention earlier is that some people come into this world more just better wired to interface with other realities than the rest of us, and they may be picking up signals that some of the rest of us can't pick up. It may be that the other side is trying to get through, but just can't with some of us and can with others. One thing that the gentleman from Florence brought up that I'd like to address real quick. I know time's running short. He talked about how his son had died in '89 with MS.
Yes.
And the day he died, he was talking about how he felt someone was there with him holding his hand.
Right.
One thing that we haven't touched on in this discussion is the deathbed vision, the idea that there's a genuine medical phenomenon that in their dying moments, dying patients will suddenly perk up and begin oftentimes speaking in an animated way with somebody in the room with them that nobody else can see.
That's right.
And by listening, you know, it's an incredibly startling experience for the onlookers. And for those who listen to one half of the conversation because they can only hear the dying patient talk, it becomes clear that the patient feels that someone is there in the room with them to escort them into the beyond, to take them at the moment of death and lead them on. Sometimes it can be an angel that they may be feeling that they are with. It may be a departed loved one who is there. To give you an example of that, James Moore, the famous tenor, was on his deathbed dying, and all of a sudden he perked up, and he said very excitedly, "Mother, what are you doing here?" His mother had been dead for decades.
Oh, my.
And then he went on to say, "Oh, wait a minute. You're not coming to me. I'm coming to you." "Well, wait, Mother. Hold on. I'm almost over. I can jump it. Wait." And then a few moments later, he slumped and he died.
John, I'll hold that thought. You know, everybody, when you listen to this, and I hope that you do listen to it, and this is why we do these kinds of programs. You need not automatically believe, but one would hope that you would be open-minded enough to listen and to allow it to enter your brain and rattle around with everything else you've heard. Angels? Huh. Silly? I don't think so. I hope you're listening carefully. We'll be right back.
North American Trading has done a very wise thing. You see, not very long ago, we interviewed Steve Jurich, who is an investment analyst with North American Trading of Scottsdale, Arizona. We talked about every aspect of the economy. We talked about newsletter carries an unconditional money-back guarantee from the publishers. Again, that's 1-800-830-9830.
All right, back to the phones. John, we've got very little time, but east of the Rockies, here's somebody in El Paso, Texas. Hello there.
Hi.
You're on the air, sir.
Okay, thanks. John.
Yes.
Yes, I was listening to your theories about disembodied spirits, and I had a friend of mine in California tell me that he's into radionics. I don't know if you know what that is.
Well, I've heard of it, but you'll have to explain it because I can't pull it off the top of my head.
Radionics is where disembodied spirits will come back into your aura, your magnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just lost the caller.
We lost him, yeah.
All right, well, let's try and take one more. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hello.
Oh, I am, yes. Here in San Francisco, there's a church.
All right, turn your radio off, sir.
I got it off. I just turned it off.
Okay.
Okay. Angelic things happen there. Free Evangelical Church near 14th and Valencia. Have you heard of it?
You're saying angelic things are happening at an evangelical church in San Francisco, right?
Yes. There's been healings.
Actually, yes, I've heard of that. I really have heard the rumors. How long has it been going on?
Oh, it's been going on at least 10 or 12 years.
All right. Well, that begs a question. John, do angelic things tend to happen around churches, or is the incidence of angelic assistance simply widespread?
I would say this, Art. I'd say angelic things tend to happen where the belief in them is strongest, and that the belief is an energy that facilitates these things. Lack of belief is denying it energy, and whatever we put our belief and our attention into tends to expand in our lives, and whatever we withdraw our attention or our belief from tends to contract from our lives. And this is one reason why I think we have such adamant skeptics out there in their universe, in the universe that they have created for themselves with their skeptical consciousness. There are no healings. There are no miracles.
So in other words, there
are no visitations.
Those who say it's a bunch of baloney are liable to experience that reality for them.
If they begin to open their minds, I think it will start coming into their lives. But as long as their minds are closed, I think it will stay away from them, yeah.
All right, maybe one more. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Ronner.
Art, hi, this is Sanaka in Norman, Oklahoma. I'm really glad to get through to you. I know you're running short on time, and I'll try and be as quick as I can. If I can hang on, I'd like to give you my phone number, because I've been monitoring your show for about a year here. I'm a college student. I'm 22, and having a really good time living life, enjoying the quickening. I very much agree with your description of it in that term. Recently, I underwent a most profound spiritual awakening within my own self. After much dedication and hard work and much pain and much suffering, mind you, as a child I experienced much conflict over the apparent contradiction in good angels and bad angels and heaven and hell and eternity and what it all meant.
All right, well, we're way short on time. Do you have a question?
I wanted to ask you what you or your guest knew about the new star.
John? New star?
I'll have to ask you about that, Sanaka. Could you inform me?
There is one new star. The only mention I've heard of it so far has been on the G. Liddy program, and all he did was read the 25-word or less AP wire, which said, basically there was a new star. It took 18.5 million years or something like that for us to see it.
All right. Are you talking about you're not talking about a nova. You're not talking about a nova where a sun goes over.
John, we're out of time.
Okay.
We're out of time. I mean, that really is it. We've got to go. John,
all right.
It has been an absolute pleasure having you here. John, we will have you back again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. John Ronner on Angels. Good night. And thank you all very much. I'm sorry, there is never enough time. Don't forget our bulletin board service number, area code 702-727-1709. To get a tape of this program or any other, call 1-800-917-4278. From the high desert, good night. This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland.